Well, good morning, morena, everybody. Nice to see you all at our late June workshop and briefings day. It's lovely to have you all with us. Before we do formal welcome, I wonder if I could ask you, Katie, to open us with an appropriate karakia.
Yeah, mega kia whānau. Hauia ki uta, hauia ki tai, hauia ki te kotahitanga o tātou katoa, kia maia, kia ngākau araka, e ki panuku, e ki tangaroa, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e.
Kia ora, thank you, Katie. So today has been a long time coming for us as a council. We've been on a journey, clearly, in respect to this body of work regarding Cambridge's long-term transport plans. Many of you who sit around this table now have been involved in this piece of work in varying capacities, even as far back as the transport strategy, which was obviously endorsed some years ago now. Today is obviously an opportunity for us to peel back some of the layers, learn some lessons, understand where we went wrong, and certainly learn from those mistakes. You'll see from our agenda we have sort of two sessions, one in the morning, then a lunch, and one in the afternoon. And we're really delighted today to have Anne Patello facilitating this discussion. It's not going to be necessarily an easy one at every turn. You may feel rather uncomfortable. But as I constantly tell my kids, when you're playing sport, you either win or you learn. And we're here to learn, I guess. So look, without any further ado, I think I shall hand over. Katie, are you going to do an introduction, or are we going to go straight to Anne and get the ball rolling?
I suggest we just go straight to Anne.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you very much for that welcome, Anne. I know you've been here before, but it's lovely to finally meet you in person.
Yeah, well, look, it's lovely to be here. I need no second invitation to appear in your wonderful district, so thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry. Do I need to say that again for the tape? Probably. For those of you online, my understanding is you might see quite a lot of my nose at some point, but my apologies for that. But we'll talk you through the things that you may not be able to see on the screen. And for those of you who have arrived to observe today's conversation, we thank you for that. There's nothing better than having democracy in action. So good that you're here. Thank you. We're going to use a pretty standard debrief process, really, which is to start by thinking about what was. So that's the facts, you know, and we've got a starter list behind me, but, you know, there'll be things that you know that nobody else knows that happened, and we'll get you to add them in, just to add context. And then in a very short, sharp kind of way, both with, I think we might even do dots. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? I'll get you to highlight the things, what highlights and lowlights in the process, and then we'll have a conversation about that. But the fundamental conversation that we'll have off the back of having done that is to say, what are the things that would be opportunities for improvement? What are the things we thought we did pretty well? We can just do that again. Thanks very much. And really as a handover into your session this afternoon, which is looking forward, is to then say, okay, what are our action points? What needs to be our commitments moving forward? And that will form a basis for your next set of engagement and communication plans to support what's an important conversation and development, not just for Cambridge, but for the whole district. And so I invite you to come with a spirit of reflection, and knowing that in projects like this, we all have days that when we're not at our best, and we'll have days when we were frankly brilliant but modest. And so I can't really say, oh, maybe you could. smally brilliant, too much. You can probably see behind me that there is a sticky wall, which is deeply stuck now. And, you know, that encourages us to use it and take care, which is the beginning of a timeline of what were the key things that happened over quite a long time, from 22 really to 25. So there'll be things you can't remember, that's fine, or you can't remember where. I'm sure it's all recorded, it'll be fine anyway. But it's just to remind ourselves and gives us a capacity to walk through what was a big project with lots of moving parts, lots of meetings, and lots of other things happening in the council as well. So I'll walk you through what the timeline looks like. I think you've had an electronic version of it anyway. And then as we do that, I'm going to get you to think about, oh, no, oh, you've forgotten this bit. And we're going to get you to add those. So I'm going to have you up on your feet for a while. And then, you know, you're here for the whole day. You can't be sitting all the time. And adding your key events. The first bit I'm going to get you to think of is what happened, rather than what you thought about it. There's plenty of time to talk about that. The first thing is to get the, you know, get the facts right, and then we'll get the opinions and lessons learned from there. Is that all right? Any questions? We've got some people who are councillors who can't be with us today through illness or other commitments, and so that they will have a full recording of what you've got on the wall, and that they'll be able to add their 2 pennies worth on their return. Well, good. Gil, please do.
Yep, through the chair. Thanks. Welcome today, and thank you for your opening remarks and things. I mean, you said something about a big moment for Cambridge and the district and things like that. It's actually a defining moment.
Oh, right.
Well, this will define the future of our
Yeah,
town.
yeah.
And if we get it wrong, it's going to stuff it up once and for all.
Yep.
And, you know, it's a reset of Cambridge Connection, but it's also a reset with the community, big time. And whether it's this project or any other projects, we've got to take a lot of learnings from what happened, and it's reset time for the council on all things, and not just reset for Cambridge Connection.
No,
but, yeah,
sorry,
it's
if
exciting
that's what I
anyway.
said. That's my apologies.
No, don't worry.
No,
It's fine.
I don't mean to sound old, but you know, despite the goodness of my skin. Thanks. No, you've got my good side. I'm sincere. It's unusual for.
Yep.
I know lots of councils who've had major defining projects not go well, and they didn't do the brave thing of pausing and saying, let's have another look at that. So that the fact that you've done the brave thing, I think, is a sign of the significance, both of the potential for the district in Cambridge, but also for how you work into the future. So I'm sincere in saying, let's do this right. Let's put good stuff and not such good stuff up, and then learn from it and move on, because that's the stage you're in. That's how I've been invited to this activity. So despite this, do I take this with me and I kind of, you know, yeah, okay. Right. Well, my first song, right, and this is for the people who aren't here really.
Can I just interrupt for two ticks? Mike wants to say something.
Hey, just through the
my
chair.
apologies.
Just no, it's going to take. Can we just get the figures? And I should know these, but I can't remember them. Elected members allocated project budget. Can we just find out what that was back then, just in the background, and come back to us with that figure back in 2020 to 2021 to 2031 long-term plan? If someone could describe those figures for us, what we actually allocated back in the day.
Could we also have what's in the LTP that we're just approving, like the next year or 2 years? It's been going to be good to have it, provided by staff. Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is this is sort of like looking back for now. So maybe that's stuff that we can look to perhaps in the afternoon session, have relevance to that. But I think we're
That's right.
looking backwards for now to understand how to go forwards.
Any other comments people want to make before I walk you through what's on the wall and get you onto your feet? All yours.
Thank you. And I'm really looking forward to today. I'm quite excited about the process. And one thing that I think is important is, although the bridge is a very important facet of this, we cannot forget that we're talking about a short-term program, a middle-term program, and a long-term program of modifications to our existing network system that will solve some of the challenges that we've got today. And we've had, if you like, a 3-year delay on looking at that short-term solution, which probably makes that more critical now that we need to address. So really looking forward to that and the outcomes that we'll get from there. So thank you.
No. Any other opening comments? Right. So the time, oh wait, here you go. And it's green, so it's all me. The timeline is from 22 to 25 and basically starts from that, you're quite right, elected members' allocation of budget through to 31 in the long-term plan. And that really kicked the ball off in terms of being able to think about this. And you're quite right, this isn't simply about a bridge, it's the whole program, because the whole program by its very nature needs to connect up. From there, the blue sheets are about a series of conversations that the PSG had through the project. And then we've got with the pink material down below, which is really the council decision-making processes, and above the timeline are the critical contributors and engagement activities. So we move through to the whole process of having said, yes, we need to think of it. We moved into business planning. We started to document material for NZTA. We started to think about engagement and started that quite early and kept unpacking information about options and developments that could occur through the program, created a long list in 23, did some detailed traffic modelling to check your assumptions and understanding, and moved to create a shortlist earlier than initially planned. And that was timed based on the decision to move to an enhanced annual plan, so that actually you move that work earlier, is my understanding. Yep. And you'd also decided to do quite a lot of work before you formally started to talk to community about the engagement, about the project. And then it started to culminate in a public meeting on the 21st of March that generated and highlighted a series of concerns in the community. And from there, over time, you started to think about, do we need to do something different? There was an apology in March from the Mayor and the Chief Executive around the process and the impact of it. And as a council decision, you started to take away the bridge as one of the components of the options going forward. So what I'm going to get you to do as councillors is you live this. I've just read the documentation, and I've just put the documentation up on a sticky wall. Sticky walls are great. You're able to put things on them, all good. But I'm going to get you to come up, have a look at the timeline, the critical activities, which is all they are, and think, there was this other thing that happened. We've got a couple to add from people who weren't here, so I can add those back up, but come up and make it a richer recording. Oh, sorry, I was about to throw out the Chief Executive. No, it's all right. It's just a thing who was that? And it was Steph, sorry. So come on up and have a look in closer terms. We've got lots of paper, lots of pens, and add the things that are missing. Basically, add the things that are missing. This on so you can hear that. Just keep adding the events that weren't initially up. We deliberately didn't put everything in because you know more. Yep. Yeah. Here, here, and then there. Yep. Yep.
And I think that long list was very cost expensive.
So you got down to a short list quickly, yeah? Any other things?
The other thing, I think, really for, the other thing I think is really.
Sorry, my apologies.
For was that, there was a few elected members sitting on the.
PSG.
Yeah, but we were balanced.
And I think,
councillors were-
can I just interrupt for a minute? We'll have to put, because we're broadcasting this, we'll have to have this on the mic. And I think the people in the gallery are struggling to hear as well. So sorry, it sounds all very artificial, but we're going to have to have it that way.
Yeah, no, one of the comments I think was that there was the PSG group where there were some elected members sitting on that. But during the process, the interaction with in a workshop with other elected members and that type of thing, or the feedback from the PSG group to elected members was virtually zero.
Right.
And I think that was really poor.
Nice.
So I'm going to put that down.
Yep.
Just a quick thing. Just quickly with that, Phil, when you said that, I was on what we called urban mobility, okay, which we had meetings over in Cambridge, okay, on the urban mobility issues. Was that actually put into the confrontation for your PSG group? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see, there seems to be a continuous disconnect there somewhere.
Nice. Any other things? We'll do a quick summary so that people in the gallery and who aren't here can hear. So add your bits and then I'll do a summary of the additional elements. Just got a couple more things coming. Fantastic. Where you got?
Was PSG?
PSG, yeah, it's down here. Yeah, that'll do the work. Yep. All righty, are we good? Oh no, we've got a couple more coming. Thank you for that. What you looking for?
28 June 2023.
23 is in here. Yep.
So it's
And
about the middle of the
Yep.
year.
yep, about there. That'll do.
About here.
Yep. Right. So you've added some great additional context. The first is you had some feedback in 2018 from Becca that said another river crossing not needed for 20 years. And you got media commentary, not sure entirely when, but before all of this started, which referred to the need for a third bridge and then referenced the Becca report. When we think about the LTP decision that really kicked the ball off, the question mark now is whether that's the finances for that were well informed to ensure that it would meet the outcomes for the full program. Then you've got some detail that you added, which was really about the operation of the PSG, which was that sense around disconnect, and that there was at some point an instruction that said to PSG members not to socialise the outcomes with the other elected members. So that added, I think, probably to the disconnect that you described, and that the mayor was only invited mid-June 23 to be part of or attend part of the PSG. Only one meeting. So there's something about the construction and operation of the PSG that we might come back to. Let me see. We've got the same thing referred back to around that transparency in terms of the work of the PSG feeding back to other elected members. So it's that sense and feel of security, secrecy. Then there's a question mark about the consideration of the short list, long list, moving from long to short, and question marks about the detailed traffic modelling because of the impact of the timing of the modelling and the data collection and COVID, and whether that gave a fair representation of the level of use. And then while the focus, often when you've got things like the public meeting being the focus, actually some things happened before that, which is before landowners and residences who might be affected were informed. There was a publication, a media release of the proposed new bridge and the, I'm going to say blue blob, because everybody does just call it that, don't you? Yeah, that'll do. And so before people knew what was happening, it was in the public arena, and the council, and that was before you had planned for it to be, and that there was a whole series, sorry, there you got it, where you going? Yep. And then at the no, that's right.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that'll do. And then for the public meeting, there's question marks about it going ahead. There's question marks about the level of preparation and readiness for it, and question marks about inconsistencies, really, and approaches of councillors in terms of their contribution to that sort of anxiety and concern. I forgot. Senior were out. And so that thing about being out of touch here really became very evident when in the glare of public scrutiny. That's my words, it's not what it says, but that's what I think you're saying. Is that fair? And so it wasn't your strongest team game potentially at that point. And so now you've got a community that didn't know what was happening, got fixated on one aspect of the program rather than perhaps the full program, because it impacted directly on their lives and their properties. And off the back of that, the Mayor and the Chief Executive issued a public apology, and you in the program went, let's just stop for a moment, yep, and have another look. And that's really where we've got to today. Have I got the key things that you've added? Lockdown I did. Did I do the data thing? I did, didn't I? Yep. And that sense of not socialising the whole program, and suddenly the conversation only became about the bridge as opposed to the full set of short, long-term and medium changes. And so it derailed the full development. Is that fair?
Yeah. And can I just interrupt for a minute there? Just the one I added at the end belatedly.
Oh, sorry.
I'm kind of keen to explore that at some point, a little bit more detail about councillors' contributions to the.
Yeah, we're about to do that.
Cool, excellent.
Right.
Just so, yeah.
No.
Cool.
Any other key events we need to think about? If you were to bring your pens back up just for a moment or two. And in the simple process of ticks and crosses, now this is an act of trust, yeah? You get 5 ticks and 5 crosses. We will do more detail, I promise. I'm just wanting you to get agreement shared about what whether any parts of this that were good, that gets a tick, and were there parts that were not so good. You wanted to say something before we get you to do that?
Yeah, I do. And just really on Susan's comment about the in there, but back at the beginning, I got no idea who chose this PSG as a council. I don't know who actually chose the group, so I wouldn't mind. Actually, that's a question for me.
We did around the
It
table.
was, yeah,
Right.
it was, sorry, it was pulled together under the last mayor. And
Right.
it was an appointment made, was it through service delivery? Or was it a council meeting? I can't remember. Voice.
What was this? I thought it was this training.
No, it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't.
No, it's too early for that.
Training.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I,
Was
So I remember I was
yeah.
streaming in from home when,
Right.
and I recommended Roger. I remember that much.
I think it was Jim Milquist, and it was probably an outcome of the long-term plan.
So we can check because that will be recorded.
It was
But there were
triggered.
terms of reference
Yeah.
for it, or a report that talked about the makeup of the stakeholder group. There weren't terms of reference. It was just. a
oh,
project.
yeah, I think we did have a discussion on who should be the elected members that joined that. But I don't recall us actually having any discussion on the other members of the community that we're in. And I think the ones that were eventually selected were two iwi partners and a public transport partner, a regional council partner, and a NZTA partner. And then the two,
Community board, I think, yeah.
the community board. But I don't think that was socialised around the council table.
So we will
That was
add it.
just,
Yep, so we'll
Yeah.
add it up onto the timeline, that's good, and we will also get, sorry, I'm looking at you, Katie, to check what the records say about when and who, which was really the question, yeah? So we've got memories, so let's add what we've got recorded, is that all right?
can I add something? And apologies to Claire, but this is a personal bugbear of
Right.
mine. And that was until it was actually presented in a report to council, I think in June or July or somewhere around there, the blue blob never came from the PSG. That was imposed upon the output by the executive of council.
No, you're
And
rushing
that has
ahead.
not come through here in this discussion. So it was never debated or discussed
So
on the PSG.
I've got people saying, actually, we're not sure that that's right.
I recall the PSG meeting where there were maps on the wall and there were indicative arrows. And you and I had disagreement on parts of that at that meeting. Okay, yeah.
After it had been presented to council as a fait accompli. It was presented to council about a month or 6 weeks before we had that argument, you and I.
So
No, I
I'm going to
disagree
get,
with that.
I'm going to ask I'm going to ask the officers to find the dates. Is that all right?
Yeah, and I do remember the date of the workshop where
Yep,
we did agree.
I'm going to get you to
those-
find the dates. I'll
Yeah.
get you to do that now.
It's in February 20.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get the officers to do that for us. No point arguing about facts, I always think, because we can find them. So let's do that. Yep. And I am going to get you to do this, but apparently not right now. Off you go.
Oh, sorry, just for clarity, at the beginning of the training, we always reconfirm the committees and the structures and things. So was that done for this project I just wanted to check.
I don't recall it having been done. It just rolled over.
Again, we will get you to check.
It's
Yep.
unusual for anything to roll over. Normally you would have, you would start the training and
Reset.
it's always a complete reset. So I'd be surprised if it was a rollover. It shouldn't have been.
You had non-elected members on the group, so maybe it's partial. Maybe that gave it a different status, but I'm going to ask officers to check. Is that right? Never argue about facts, just find them. That's always what I think. Yep. Well, you know what I mean. What did you say?
I just quipped that the lawyer in me says you can argue facts.
Yeah, yeah,
But
but
I know exactly what you're saying.
yeah,
And absolutely.
okay. Let me be right today. It's all right.
all
I
day
get
long.
it. I get the legal thing. Yeah, but for the moment, this is just a learning thing, so that's okay. Yep. I am going to get you to come up and just with reflections. Were there any parts of this that would get a tick from you that were good? And were there any parts, because actually there will have been, And were there any parts that actually were across? They were not good. So I'm just adding sound effects to make it more appealing as an activity. So grab a pen. Don't tick everything because we lose the insight of it. But what were the highlights and the lowlights in this process? Come on up and then we'll have a look at that. And then I promise we're going to do areas for improvement.
So 5 of each, yeah?
Yeah, go on. I'm a generous soul. So for those of us not at the front, we're just, yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's
Just give it one tick or can you give it more?
Everybody's got a chance to tick. So just for you, what do you need? Just, if it was really good, give it 47, obviously.
Oh, yeah, I'm just sorry.
Yeah, that's right. So all I need you to do is tick. I promise you've got lots of conversation time. It's just an indication. It won't hold you to it. Tick and cross. Yep. Yeah, sorry. Good, good. I was prepared to grab anything at that point, you see.
I know, but it's just like, from my point of view,
Yeah.
I had no knowledge what was going on.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. This is.
But we did the same sort of thing with
So I'll get you just,
It was kind of like, here it is, you have to endorse what we decided. And we didn't, with no real background or understanding, and I think exciting.
all right, let's see what you come, oh, sorry. So people on the mic, so
Yeah.
people can't hear you because
Oh, yeah,
we've not
so-
mic'd up, but
yeah. So we're just talking about the long list generation. Well, we're just clarifying with Susan, we feel it was good in the PSG, but not good at the workshop for the council,
Right.
full council, because
Which is this issue
the,
here.
yeah, there wasn't enough sort of background information. They sort of felt it was imposed. So we
That's
actually,
this one here.
well, we think the ticks that are on that probably shouldn't be on that.
No,
Oh,
that's somebody's judgment.
oh,
That's
okay.
okay.
All
Yep.
right.
Yeah, you can't control somebody's judgment. That was theirs. Yep. It's just is. Yeah. Yep. Everybody ticked, everybody crossed. What you got?
Putting it across because we don't agree.
Yeah, that wasn't
It was a
good.
thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Should avoid it.
And ticks, just like they always are, is a good thing. Yep. Good, that's the point. All righty. Oh, sorry. No. So not good? Yep. Everybody got their ticks and crosses in place?
To be honest, I haven't done any ticks.
Have you not? Okay, fair enough. So it's a bit of a pattern emerging. I'll see if I can summarise it right. If I've misinterpreted your judgments, please tell me. That we've got the PSG in and of itself was a good operation, but there are some critical connector points back into the rest of council that were not good and got negative feedback. So, and that really started to become visible when the long list, which got a, nice process for the most part, but in that council workshop, that disconnect between the PSG and the understanding and the depth of the understanding of the rest of council started to become evident, and that became a fracture point. Is that fair? Okay. And that continued a bit while this process, for the most part of looking for information, other than the COVID thing, which is quite right, was comprehensive, the management of the conversation with community and the release of information around the blue blob did a whole series of things. Knocked the focus away from the full project, worried local communities about something they hadn't really heard about that wasn't visible, caused concern and hurt in that regard. And that started to put pressure on both council and then back on the PSG. And so the public meeting was the visual point, but actually the fracturing started to happen earlier than that in the process. Is that fair? Got one nod, got two nods. My form of democracy is just the three nods, so we'll just go with a yes for the most part. And there were some things that actually then the PSG didn't get to work on or didn't work on enough, which is the detail of the impact into the community. Back here, there was a decision about when to engage community, which was later in the process, not earlier. And so that would have added. Perfectly reasonable decision, but in the light of this, that added to the sense of it being ta-da, as opposed to it being something that people could feel like that they were part of constructing. And that then led us to go back to have a look at the construction of the PSG, of whether that reflected community understanding an issue. And then the public meeting, not your finest point, we're about to talk about that in terms of the behaviour and leadership of elected members, and certainly in terms of the communication and release of the blue blob and the rest of the program. Is that fair? Yeah, please do.
I did put something on there.
Oh, have I missed that? Sorry.
No, it's all right. I'll just repeat it now, which I think was important. That's going back to the very beginning and the identification of Cambridge connections, was the acceptance at that time that a third river crossing was necessary. Prior to that point in time, there'd been a lot of debate around the table about whether a third bridge was necessary. And I think the other thing that is worthwhile commenting on is the fact that the whole structure of Cambridge Connections and the output was reflective of the government policy statement at the time that we needed to have that problem definition, which actually reduced the problem down to two distinct comments. And that, I think, looking at it now, that wouldn't fit in government policy. So it's, again, that influence that government policy has on processes at the time that defines what the outcome's going to be. I just thought that was worthwhile commenting on.
Chair, I disagree with Roger's statement that the PSG identified that there were 3 river crossings needed. Okay, that's all. I totally reject that. That 3 river crossings were necessary, that was worked out in the PSG. The agreement was, my understanding was that it was identified that 2 vehicled crossings would be needed, and the assumption was the high level bridge would be bicycles and foot traffic only.
Oh.
Okay, so.
I accept your point, but that another river crossing was necessary.
Okay, that was
Yeah,
right, yeah.
not a third
Okay.
river, another river crossing was
So
necessary.
can I,
Yeah.
so thank you for that, because actually nice reflections and nice honesty in terms of whether hard points were. Sorry, did you want to comment? No.
Not really. But
sorry.
I'm an elected member from over here, like in Te Aomere. So what I'm going to say is that we were unaware, and the majority of us, of all of this undercurrent that was building up over time. Okay, we did a consultation at that same time with a thing called the Western Bypass, which we had no problems with at all. We actually dealt, and Liz was part of that, where we dealt with the local community and we looked at the viability of what we had and went through that. But with this, we as elected members probably had very little knowledge of your long list and all of these issues that were developing. The one thing I would say that actually turned everything around was possibly the media. A release to the media. There was a statement in the media prior to your meeting, and quite an article as well, which was wasn't accurate. I wouldn't say it's misleading, but it wasn't accurate, and it stated a certain point of view.
So if we think about lessons learned, clearly there are 3 areas, I think, that you've highlighted, and I'm happy to add others, and I'm wanting you to go more detailed on each area. One of them was the operation of the PSG and its connection to the rest of council in particular. The second was really the performance and actions of elected members, individually and as a group. And the third is the process of engagement with community, both the timing and the nature of it, to build commitment and understanding and making the project better through their eyes and voices. Those seem to be the 3 big things. Is that fair? I'm sure there are little things, but those are the big ones.
Yeah, I think so. And to the point that Lou's just indicated, and I know I spoke with Andrew Myers about this too, who was the Cambridge Community Board representative on it. We couldn't really understand why it felt like they were sort of sworn to secrecy, so to speak, and it just didn't feel right. But it again, to Lou's point around the Western Bypass PSG, went really well. I sat on that as well, so that was a really positive outcome, and we were sort of assured, I guess, that it would be as a similar kind of process that was as positive as that was. So the failure to connect with, report to, keep us as a balance of the elected members in the know was a real failing, I think.
Other reflections? Sorry.
Just through the chair, yeah, I was going to bring up, you brought it up as a second point around the poor performance of elected members, basically is what you said. So, well, that's sort of what you said.
Yeah,
So,
I am.
but because I was going to say, when it was written up there and then you brought up the first time, to me, right now, it's the elephant in the room, and I wanted explanation of the comments, I guess, and then let's discuss it, because, hey, we're all involved with it, but I want to get clarity of what the point is really about first.
So the point is the one that you've talked about, which is that it looks to me when I read the material, and you've got it back up here as well, is that elected members were probably acting out of their individual sense of what's required, as opposed to as a council saying, actually, this is what we're doing, this is how we're going to do it, this is how we're going to communicate and lead it. Because what we know from many other projects is when elected members look like they're not on the same page, it continues to cause concern for community about, is it happening, isn't it happening? And so the same point that connects to the PSG, which is, did everybody know it was happening? Did we all know what what our approach was, what our decision was? Were we confident about that? We've also got it seeing here when you did the long list and short list. And so there's a question about how you work together on the material. I'm not saying that you did poor things, but there were clearly things done where it looks like an individual said, yep, this is the best thing to do, but it didn't then connect to, how did that connect to the rest of the council position? And so that's the question.
And just to expand that a little bit, my take on the process was that there was a group in the Cambridge community that was also actively trying to get definition commitment from council on a third bridge. So there's a kind of another dynamic that's happening. And so that's why I think the media release and all that kind of thing, it actually had a far greater impact, because these groups were working behind the scene, or there's interest group that were trying to get that outcome that they wanted. Yeah.
That's their job though, isn't it? That's just different to yours. Other thoughts?
In counter to what you're saying, I'd just like to say that that secretive or in committee nature didn't fit well with me. And so actually, I didn't comply with it. And if you recall, we had a meeting at Robert Harris where I actually shared the information with all of the Cambridge councillors well before it was made public, to get your feedback, because I wasn't comfortable making the decision myself. So I'm going to put my hand up and say I actually breached the protocol to try and bring my other Cambridge council. Do you remember that? Yeah. So that didn't feel comfortable to me.
No, that's right.
And therein it sort of starts to develop that, I mean, or there is already a wedge, right? In terms of who's in the know and who's not, and that kind of probably exacerbated it. And thank you for owning that. And I recall you actually saying that in a public meeting, that you had owned the fact that you had breached those protocols. Clear.
Yeah, because from my point of view, I tried really hard to keep those protocols, and I'm now wondering, as I did at the time, you admit that you shared it with the other councillors. Did you share it with members of the public? Because that, you've broken the protocol on one side. So, and, Roger, you were pretty proactive with the technical staff, getting extra information, especially the modelling on specific streets and things like that. And so, there's just questions in my mind. Did you share more of that information, and was that also
So that's
one
your
of the
doubt?
contributing? Yeah, I have.
I can give you the assurance that I didn't. I did share it with my fellow councillors, but my comments publicly were, I've got faith in the Cambridge Connections process. Wait and see what's going to come out. But I didn't feel comfortable not sharing it with my fellow councillors.
So would it be fair to say that one of the lessons learned is that when you're in a process, doesn't matter who's leading it, but within council, that if you're uncomfortable about the construction of it, secrecy or whatever, that actually the best point is to deal with it as a council and a committee, rather than feeling like the only action you could take would be to break the agreed protocols. So to change the protocols in discussion, or not, but basically to talk about it and sort it here, so that, because I can imagine that you would have felt, difficult, conflicted in doing that. That would be my best guess.
I'll also give you the assurance, when we had that argument over the introduction of the blue blob, which I argued vehemently against, I actually said at that meeting, I'm going to go public on this because I don't agree with it, but I didn't go public. And I hope you respect my comment that I did not go public on that point.
Yep, thank you.
Can I have a right of reply? Yeah.
Sure.
So at that meeting, at the PSG where that was discussed, the blue blob at that time was much more smaller as well. It got wider when it went public. Yeah. And my recollection of it, Roger, is that throughout the whole process, you have been adamant that the location of the bridge has to be identified through this process that we were in at that time, not a future one. And my impression was that you wanted to have a line, not a blob, whereas I wanted to have a broad indicative arrow that no one could tell where it would go, but it would be either in town or out of town. So
I totally accept that my interpretation of the terms of reference of Cambridge Connections was that the location of the bridge would be identified. And I felt that putting a blue blob on a map did not identify the location. And that's where we had the disagreement. And if you think about it, the long list actually included 7, I think, bridge locations. And all of those locations were actually defined as a position on a map. And that was the objective of that.
So I'm wondering whether, when we think about, actually, this is a serious matter. So disagreements is what you'd expect, isn't it, really? So that's all good. That's not the problem. The question I'm wondering about is whether this was a point where it needed to be a council-wide conversation rather than just a PSG conversation.
And then I just want to say that Roger and I were at odds for most of that time.
Right.
And it was not resolved. And and
All right. Okay. Good to know.
no, we're friends. We're friends as well. No, but I because I've been on other project control groups where the control group is the one that has the authority to make a decision, right, we're going to go this way. You've had your discussion, right, we're going to go there. That never happened in the stakeholder group because it was a stakeholder group, and it was never, resolved definitively. When is the right time to make a line to say this is the location? Because from my point of view, I always thought it was premature given that
I understand.
discussion.
So actually, two critical councillors, I don't mean critical, but I mean, the significant councillors had a disagreement. What I'm also hearing is actually it has real impact everywhere. At what point are we making the call? At what point are we communicating that in a way where we are indicating potential impact for individuals and citizens in this case in Cambridge? And my question is, that sounds so significant that I wonder whether that should have been a council decision rather than a working group decision because of just because it's changing people's lives. And the point is, where do you do that? Sorry.
The thing is, it had to be a council decision because at the end of the day, it's all of us that vote on it, not just the council that sit on the PSG in this particular case. But
so maybe the terms of reference for
doesn't matter what side of the district we come from or what ward or whatever we represent. We all have to put our hand up or otherwise. Yeah.
I've got Susan, I think. I can't remember who came first, but anyway, I've got two voices coming through. No, that's all right.
I've just found the document that we were talking about earlier. It was in August 2022 when the Cambridge Connections Our Future Transport Plan came to the Service Delivery Committee, when we reviewed a project, what's a PIP? What's it called? A project implementation plan summary. And I sort of suspect that the way that that is framed is kind of almost the seed of where it started becoming a little bit vague.
Right.
Because if you look at the background, it's all well and good. It actually starts off saying that first sentence, Cambridge Connections, Our Future Transport Plan is a business case, which focuses on Cambridge's transport network, including its 2 river crossings. So it kind of, although we're saying it's the whole network, we say it's the whole network, but we're really looking at the crossing side. It's sort of sending mixed messages, I guess. And then if you look back further through it, looks at its objectives and deliverables, doesn't actually say a location for a bridge. But then the benefits section, it says, as identified through the transport strategy, there are community concerns regarding the rapid growth in Cambridge and the perceived need to designate land for another bridge crossing over the Waikato River in the future, as the Victoria Bridge will reach the end of its economic life. This business case is the next step required to confirm the problems and opportunity, range of alternatives and options. So it never actually says it, but I do recall getting really clear indications from staff that yes, this would produce a location. The document itself didn't quite say it as much, but I'm quite certain, because I remember talking a lot with my colleagues, that was what it was going to produce. So it was probably a little bit vague right from the beginning, or conflicted.
Yep. No, I've got one other voice and then I'll come back to you. No, my apologies, because otherwise
take very long.
I'm going to have to buy coffee and everything. Here, all yours.
I won't take very long, because I want to ask Roger. Roger, you didn't communicate with all of the people from over at this side. You only communicated with the Cambridge councillors.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
And the point being that I keep raising is that we were only getting second-rate or even third-rate information over the whole of the subject. So I would, in my limited experience, excuse me,
Right.
I'd say to you that it would have been better perhaps to have arrived here and had a public excluded forum and this information disseminated to all of the community, because we need to know. And as I say, because as councillors, collectively we make these decisions. And I think that this is where the whole process started to tip sideways, because we started getting part information, small bits of information. And I had information from people from Cambridge community, which to me was totally incorrect.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that was what we had.
Liz, I'm going to get you. Oh, sorry.
I'm just going to confirm that I didn't talk to the
Others.
TA, the other councillors, everybody, just to the Cambridge. And I think Monty was there as well, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Monty was there. So it was those on our side.
And can I just...
Sorry, parochialism coming to the fore again.
Right. Yeah. The other point, I wonder if I just might pick up, Susan, your point, which is, so this is, I'm going to suggest this in ignorance, and feel free to tell me I'm wrong. I've got to wonder whether there's another point which is about, on the staff level, a clarity about having a project plan and a project specification that says, actually, and we'll make that call then, as opposed to assume we're going to make it, and that starts to contaminate that initial advice. Do you know what I mean? There's something about the underpinning rigour.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to understand that there are people around our table who are very strident in their views around the need for a third bridge. So there is a certain political thread that runs through that as well.
Yep.
I'd like to add, Anne, that what you've just said about from the staff perspective, it definitely came through, because some of the staff commented on, well, it's a program business case compared to a business case. Okay, so that actually is, terminology for a high level preliminary thing, and you're going to do more detail later. And I didn't realise that until it was pointed out to me.
Yeah, I think that the whole notion of the structure of program business cases, and then the as an umbrella kind of piece, and then further business cases of more targeted nature that plug in underneath it, was kind of a bit lost on us, I'd have to say.
And so that what happens is, because you're talking about it, you sort of assume that the decision's made, but actually you hadn't made the decision. And the assumption just sort of floats through. not out of bad intent, just present. Sorry, Mark. Brian.
Yeah, look, I think that Becker report's had, a lot of the public knew about that Becker report.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we hadn't even arrived in here and we're on a community board, and that Becker report was just all over town. So, the movers and shakers had obviously talked to a lot of people. And as that thing said, 20 years, well, as I said to you up there, well, it's 13 years away from now. That Becker report's probably not that far from what people are thinking. But 20 years seemed like such a distance away, whereas now I can only assume to build anything of significance, 13 years probably isn't that far away. So hey, were people vested around this table? Of course they bloody were, because off the back of that, that's all we heard about ever since we've been in this game. Yeah. So yeah.
Please do.
And it was funny that around the PSG, there was never any discussion about when the bridge, another crossing. There was an acceptance that whether it be 20 years, 30 years, 40 years was immaterial. The fact was that another bridge crossing at some stage would be necessary.
Can I just check whether there are any other comments from people who haven't spoken? Or not as much? I understand that, but actually it's to the point of it being a whole council responsibility, and I get that it's in one space, but all yours.
Oh, look, it was only just to say that in the last triennium, I just know how much pressure probably the mayor was at the time to, and I think in a public, he definitely in a public meeting said, we will endeavour to find a location. Okay, so that was reported. So then to transition to the PSG group, there was probably an expectation from a number of those stakeholders as well. I think that's probably what we were looking to do.
Right.
Anyway, that aside, I think Claire's point's really well made around the program business case, and I think that we had different expectations about what the outcome would be.
Yep. Please.
And I think, well, not what I think, I believe it's the view of the community before and now, is the priority is the location. And Roger talks 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. That's not so much the top, that's not so much the outcome of the aim. The aim is the location. And when they opened the Ferguson Bridge, which is named after my relative, in 1964, they said on that day that we need to look at a location for a third bridge. So that was back in 1964. And that we talked about it last night, the Cambridge Expressway, they talked about that in the 60s as well, getting on with the job. So it took, how long did it take to get that going? So, and that's how long these things do. So the priority then and now, still today, is the location.
Yep. Right.
And then, the community, developers and everything like that can start planning, and we can do our structural plans and all that sort of stuff too. So, yeah.
Sorry.
There's a bit more to it as well. Before amalgamation, which was 1989, okay, and that was Cambridge and Te Awamutu. Before that time, the Cambridge Borough had designated land for an additional crossing, and after amalgamation, the council, which was dominated by Te Awamutu, gave up the designation. The location of that designation was at Matas Signaton Drive over to Vogel Street. And there are people in the Cambridge community that still remember that and still think it was a bad decision by that council. Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
It was from Matas Signaton Drive, Roger, to
Okay.
Vogel Street, which strangely
Right.
enough is close to where you live.
and you're not
It is.
determining where the bridge is going to be now.
Thank you.
So that's
I
right.
didn't realise that a designation was made back then.
Yep,
Yeah.
Susan?
Can I also just add that I think that discussion around process of finding a location and what would happen after that, like looking at what would be required for a designation, what the cost would be, what the optioneering would be in terms of doing it today versus doing it in 20 years. There was never any really elaborate a discussion or paper put to us at all around what we were, I think we were constantly just told that, no, it's best practice and cheaper to not designate now, but designate into the future, because you're upsetting a whole people's, lives and values if you do it now, and there's no guarantee that you're going to ever get it funded into the future. So there was a whole lot of moving parts, I guess, and we never really had some clear understanding about what that decision-making tree would look like and the impacts and costs and trade-offs that we're making. It was just sort of an assumption, and I sort of feel like that's something, or what I'm seeing is that I think that's something we should have a greater understanding about.
And that's that other lesson learned, which isn't about your operation, it's actually about the support you've got in terms of what are the steps of where we'll need to make what call.
Yeah.
So the bridge is, sorry, I was about to say floating around, that's a silly thing to say, but you know what I mean. People have been talking about a bridge for a long time. And so everybody assumed this was the only thing that's in this program. That's not true, I get that. But actually, you having a clarity that says, actually, this is the order in which we're going to consider that, would have given clarity and confidence to the community, but actually because you didn't have it so clearly, it floated through. Can I just ask one question? Now, this is again in ignorance. I get the PSG. Was that accountable into a committee of council, or just was it accountable to the whole council? I'm just wondering about that connection point, where did that fit?
It reported to the Service Delivery Committee, which I chaired during that time.
And were there more councillors on the Service Delivery Committee?
Full council committee.
Can I just sort of chuck out there, and it's kind of been a live conversation too since things started unravelling.
Yeah.
There was question about whether this is strictly a service delivery and infrastructure build piece, or whether it's actually bigger than that. It's a more strategic, it's so strategically critical for the district. Was it right for it to have been at the service delivery or report to the service delivery committee? And even though it's the committee of the whole anyway, I think that that's a genuine question we should ask of the process, whether this was landing in the right place, given its critical importance, and the fact that you need not just engineers' brains, which are, really important for an infrastructure piece, but you also need that broader strategic thinking too, across the district. So yeah, that's a good thing to ask too, I think, of ourselves.
I am going to get us just to move on to the community engagement part of it, which was the other bit we haven't quite touched on. And then I will come back to summarise the other two. Is that all right? Or I can summarise these and do that. But you made a decision quite early to engage later in your considerations.
I think we were told, didn't make a decision.
Oh, that was your advice to you?
We were told.
Yeah, it was the.
Sorry, we were told by the working group, which was another group outside the PSG.
The ones that that came to the PSG, they were the technical people, they were the engineers and the staff or the consultants, and it was their advice, to be very clear when you would do the public engagement and to be well prepared before that, and it was a good idea to wait until you were.
So it was never discussed by the PSG.
In the PSG group, we did have comms staff right the way through as well. But I don't remember them actually speaking to that specifically. So it kind of feels like it was a little bit of a question mark.
And you could argue that that there was a bit of a casualty there because we didn't have a comms staff member available, because our team was sort of, there were vacancies in that, and we actually for some time had a contractor. And I think, no, I don't know I can't remember their name, but that probably was a weakness as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other reflections and lessons learned? Oh, sorry.
I think just before that, when we were talking about the facts, one of the early decisions was that in the project implementation plan that you referenced, that the Service Delivery Committee approved back in 2022, was the time where within that it said that you would consult with stakeholders and that you would inform the community. And so that was a decision that you actually made right at the beginning, which really then influenced how the staff took that forward And that's, you know, so I think that's something for us to just really reflect on next time about what are the technical components and what are the engagement components, and make sure that both are really transparent for you as decision makers from the beginning.
Yeah, great point, Katie, because of course, if you look at further on in your slide deck, you've got the IAP2 or whatever it is, and breaking down what inform and consult looks like versus probably what we had in our heads didn't marry up. I think there's a mismatch potentially there. So that's definitely a lesson learned, understanding what we're signing up for when we commit to these things.
I'm happy to tell you, because it would be rude not to, that while today you've asked me to facilitate this conversation, and I am, as a former international president of IAP2, I can tell you that deciding to engage in the way you did late was what put you in trouble. I get that it's a big decision, but actually because it's a big series of decisions, not having a clear project plan and decision points along it and clarity about when you would engage meant you were always behind the 8 ball. And for community, actually, if I was in your community, I'd want to go and find out stuff too, because I probably wasn't getting it in any other way. And that I'm not critical of them. They put pressure on you because actually you were changing potentially their lives. Yep. So I think, just saying, not your finest hour. Sorry, my point.
Yeah, no, concur. Hey, and this is looking back to the PSG.
Yep.
And just the makeup of it, I know there's some work being done about in the background, but so it's looking back but moving forward as well. So often these papers come to us and there's blanks, right, of who's going to fill in what. But to be honest, they're not blank. The deals have been done before we ever get there, and the right people put their hand up, right? But with this particular stuff like this, I think it's a learning for us that, and it's around this conflict of interest form that we sort of fill out or whatever. And this is probably a good example of it. Like, it's probably, to be honest, and it's easy looking forward, but I guess river crossing, if it was part of it, had to go across the Waikato River somewhere, right? And so I guess if you had, if you worked, lived, or whatever, or had significant time with any possible location on there, looking back, I don't really think we should have been on it. So in hindsight, someone like me possibly shouldn't be on it or be considered. I'd be going, actually, my school's right next to it. Do I really want it coming up Bryce Street or whatever? Because I'm going to cop it from 400 people. Actually, I'm just the best. Roger, a possibility was always Vogel Street, and I don't know who else, but it's looking back, but it's also looking forward. And I know we're doing the forward bit later, but this is part of it too, and it takes the emotion out, it takes the potential conflict out of it.
And yeah, nice point. Anything else about the community engagement? Steph, sorry, I don't mind.
No, we guess Steph.
Sorry that I was a bit late this morning. I was on my usual Thursday 7:30 a.m. CE's call. I'm not going to say much. But obviously wasn't here for it. And I'm learning a lot from listening to this conversation. And I think it's a really respectful, really valuable conversation. So thanks for contributing. Around community engagement, one of the things that I would like to ask councillors about, because it's something that really resonated with me coming in as a new CE, is the public meeting and the emotional toll of what happened in that meeting on everybody that was there, but not least of all the mayor. And we've come through a time where anxiety, angst and aggression towards public servants is elevated. It's got way worse since COVID. I mean, our staff are now wearing stab-proof vests and carrying cameras. But you as elected members particularly female elected members, are facing increased aggression. Now it's been, it's so well recognised, it's on national TV on a regular basis. And I felt that the mayor was subject to behaviour here, which was completely intolerable. And yet I've never heard this council talk about that. I've never heard an acknowledgement of actually, how did we get to that point? What was the impact of that meeting? What is what is our responsibility? I mean, I'm responsible as the PCBU for staff, but I kind of feel that that responsibility extends to making sure you as elected members are safe and are able to do your job in a way that isn't impaired like that was. And to me, I mean, it sounded, to use an Anne Fraser, not our finest hour, and not the finest hour of our community either, if people really were honest and reflected on their own behaviour, to stand up and tell me that they should be shot over a bridge. So, yeah.
No one said that publicly, it was in a private conversation.
No, it was said in a public meeting, Liz. My understanding is, yep.
Not when we're doing the speech.
I don't think that we should even be debating. Yeah.
I just want to mindful
Yeah.
you're on camera.
Yeah, I am on camera, but I've talked to my staff a lot about this as well, and I understand that it was pretty public. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But my point being is that that meeting was unsafe and it wasn't okay. And yet we need to talk about that, I think, and not just the facts and figures of the project, but actually how we look after the mayor, you as elected members and staff in environments and projects where there is such heat and understandable anxiety, as you've said, this affects people's lives. So we understand why the anxiety is there. But I'm really interested in what your understanding of that is, and how well do we have those conversations? Do we have the appropriate spaces that we can raise these issues and talk about them, and where people, we can address things in a more timely manner and move on and improve our practice pretty much. But I was just really interested in that, because I could see the emotional toll that was taken through this process for pretty much everybody involved. Yeah, thanks, Anne.
You're absolutely right. The emotional toll that it took on all of the councillors around the room for many weeks afterwards, and even to this day, people still talk about that meeting as being, a point in time where there was a lot of concern about how we were connecting with our communities. And we had a reasonably young comms team, which I think Claire alluded to earlier, in our discussion. So it was pretty tough going, that's for sure.
And sorry, Anne.
All right, keep
No.
going.
I mean, it led to an effigy of the mayor in town, family members being stalked. That's really serious behaviour, right? That's serious things happening. So if that was the extent of what was happening for the mayor, I can understand how it must have felt. Well, I don't understand, but I can imagine that it wasn't feeling very good for you as elected members either. And I suspect that in this conversation, there is an element to be considered of, are we resourcing our teams well enough? Some of those business partnering teams like comms, you can't have a team full of young people if you're doing serious projects like this. We've got to have the capability and capacity and bandwidth in our organisation to support these projects, because we never just have one project like this going on. We've always got multiple projects. And so for me, it's about also asking the question, so are we set up well enough to be able to support you as well?
Yeah, I mean, couple of quick comments. I mean, I think starting from the start of this meeting, my comment was a reset with the community.
Yeah.
Resetting with the Cambridge connections, but it's resetting with the community. But it was run by the transport team, that session. But the person, and I don't believe they had quite the control over the meeting as well, but the person staff member I believe that needs a real pat on the back, and I still picture it to this day, as Brad Ward standing halfway up the stairs there and saying, "Stop, this meeting's over, goodbye, we're going home." He took hold of that meeting and took control, and from that moment people started leaving and things like that. Otherwise it would have got even worse, I believe.
Yeah.
Brad Ward needs a real pat on the back, and I've always thought that, and I'm always going to think that.
Yeah.
And say
Thank you for
that.
that. Others? The question is, how do you run something so you don't have to be so brave? But Brad clearly was in the moment. and then.
Yeah. So I was at the meeting. I was expecting it to be a small meeting just of the affected landowners. That's what we were told it would be. And it wasn't that. And also the comms manager who organised it, it was her first week, I think, or her first event, you know. And so that was also really tough on her, I guess, or that she was applying her experience in a different TA and how to handle it, and it worked there. So why shouldn't it work here? She
So
wasn't aware of the
Was it
undercurrents.
opened up as a public meeting
No,
rather than
I can clarify that.
Okay, thank you, sorry. Yeah.
It was a drop-in session as a result of the need to convey information to the people who could have been impacted by by then known as the Blue Bob.
Yeah.
There was a misstep in terms of communicating with those potentially impacted property owners. So there was already a sense of being on the back foot anyway. However, I think it's important to realise that what was supposed to be a small drop-in session, which 9 times out of 10 is a really normal way of being able to put people in front of experts where they can go around different stations in a room, which can be really successful, wasn't in this instance because it had been not only advertised as being a public drop-in session, but also there had been flyers distributed around the town advising of it. So it had become bigger, and I also believe that it had been discussed that day before. I think it was the day before, 2 days prior
Flyers
to
from
at the
council.
Cambridge.
Sorry, I'm just going to be ignorant. Flyers from the council.
No, but my understanding that there had been councillor involvement with distribution of them.
You were saying that it'd been
And there'd been sorry?
Yeah, at the Cambridge Community Board of
Yeah, the Cambridge Community Board had made it pretty weird. The public forum had obviously announced that this was going on and had warned that it was going to be bigger than Ben Hur, and it didn't look like this was going to work. So there was warning, and there were no steps taken to change it. But nevertheless, I think if you step back a little bit, the fact that it had been not a public meeting, it had never intended to be, but it became one through a series of actions by people. Yeah.
Sort of lost my, sorry,
Okay.
Susan, I lost my train of thought a little bit, but with respect to some comments about it being just a drop, there was only just going to be the affected people. It was certainly being a Cambridge ward councillor, just being on that side of the district and knowing the community, it was never going to be anything like that at all. We just knew what the comments were and the atmosphere was out there in the community. And I parked my car out Haley's Lane, which is the car park behind the Bridges Church, which is where it was held. And I was sitting in my car for 10 minutes or something before I went in, and there was just a swarm of people coming across. And I made that comment to some other people. I termed it a swarm, and there was. And you just wasn't surprised at all that was what it was going to be like, because you read the atmosphere of the community hours and days leading up to that meeting.
So how early on did you think you knew that it was going to be a big deal, not a small deal?
I don't want to put a date and time on it, but 2 or 3 days before that meeting, perhaps, I don't know. That's just something that came out.
Did you signal that into the council?
Sorry?
Did the council know that? The staff know that?
No. But the day, sorry, what was the question?
Well, I'm just saying, as a councillor, so you knew from your local kind of intel that it was going to be bigger than Ben Hur, or was going to be big. I'm just wondering.
I didn't provide that feedback. Was that the question?
That's my question. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Sorry, I'm just asking. I'm just thinking about that thing of preparedness. That's all.
I was going to say.
No, that's good. What you get?
Yeah, I mean, the comment that, sorry, I can't remember who made it then, but that Cambridge councillors were personally involved in delivering those pamphlets. I find that really, eh?
Yep. Well, I didn't.
No.
No.
Oh, right.
Hand on heart. Hand on heart.
and neither did I. But one thing I will support, did anybody else?
No.
No?
No.
So I'm just concerned that there is a perception out there that one of us did. I certainly didn't. I received one in my letterbox because you so rightly say, I wasn't actually under the blue blob. I was just outside the blue blob. But one thing I will support Philip in, and I suppose I would suggest that a lot of us did, because of that whole process, we were contacted by ratepayers and a number of ratepayers for, they wanted to discuss with us
Right.
what was happening. And I'll put my hand up there, but I mean, that's what our job is in being a representative
Yeah.
of the community.
And just so you know, I sit on the Cambridge Community Board too, which had. a
Oh,
lot to
okay,
do with it.
sorry,
So-
I hadn't, yeah,
Yeah.
missed that. My apologies. All yours, and then we'll move on a bit.
But I'd like that,
that-
we've
it's
all
recorded.
given an
Yeah. Assurance.
assurance
Yeah.
that we weren't involved in that poster drop.
Yeah.
So I'd like that recorded that we
Just
weren't.
going to get here and then you consider it.
Yeah, look, hey, that same question was asked soon after, and yeah, it's almost a bit, and the same answers were given. So to have it brought up today and expecting different answers, I would have been disappointed if there was different answers. Hey, I arrived, I can't remember what time the meeting was. I think it must have been 1:30 something. But I remember, it might have been 1:30 something, because I remember,
5:30.
yeah, so I arrived at 5:23 because I parked at school across the road.
Yeah.
And I thought, first thing I thought, I said, oh, bugger, I got my bloody diary wrong. This clearly started at 5 because the place was full.
Yeah.
And so I walked in and I asked someone who wasn't going to go, yeah, you are half an hour late. And they said, no, it starts at 5:30. And I thought, right, mate, I'm going to have to pivot here a little bit, because what has been set up is clearly, before I've taken the next 5 steps, not going to work, and the staff are going to need some significant help. Now, I knew quite a bit about this subject, but we've alluded to the fact that a lot of this was kept in the house, and there was actually a few meetings to take in what was quite an enormous amount of information. So I sort of re-upskilled myself, I guess, and then started talking to as many people as I could, which was like pushing proverbial uphill. It was actually, yeah, in the end, the setup was wrong. But I think any of us that walked in there, and there was reasons why the doors were open early and that sort of thing, and people trying to do the right thing for the right reason,
Yep.
but at the wrong time, in hindsight. And being a little bit hoodwinked of letting people in, that didn't help either, to be fair, because if people were kept out, then I guess the staff and everyone else would have known this is actually what we're dealing with. And there could have even been, sometimes it only takes moments to do the pivot rather than, as you alluded, pivot in the situation to pivoting before the situation. So yeah, it was just another.
Susan was next, sorry.
Yeah, I'd understood that the staff had been approached by some residents who wanted to meet. They couldn't make the drop-in session, so staff had agreed to meet them earlier, I think at 5 or 15. But so that kind of accounted for why there was sort of perhaps a top-heavy kind of attendance earlier than what was generally agreed. Yeah, look, I'm pleased that there was. That councillors have accepted or been honest about not having a hand in distribution of those flyers. That wasn't the intel I'd got at the time, but it nevertheless was publicly promoted as being a public drop-in session by councillors, which was unhelpful. And at the time, the room was way too small. We know that now. It was sweltering hot. People were very grumpy for obvious reasons. It was really less than ideal. I did get a death threat by a woman who was very agitated. And I had other people, it was the context of a discussion with a group trying to explain that there were experts here who could explain a bunch of the the technical information that supported the business case and that was the intention behind the day. But it just got out of control. So the decision was made. I made the decision to pivot under advice from the comms team on hand. And we very haphazardly had to then try and turn it into a public meeting, which is desperately hard to do in a small and ill-designed building with a bunch of people who are already really understandably agitated, with no PA, no system to be heard.
Sure.
And I then had to try and get the attention of and defray the situation. And this was after having had this claim that I should be lined up and shot. So there are some, I don't know if you know the building, but there were some steps there. So we tried to sort of stand up there and calm the group down so we could address them. I took the step to apologise on behalf of the council for the mistakes made in terms of how we'd got to where we were that day, and understandably, you can only personalise this and say this is what I would feel exactly the same if it was my property. So I fully apologised for that hurt, and that I would undertake to put it right. And I sort of said the intention behind today was for people who rightfully deserve information to be appraised of said information. And my hope was then that staff would be able to potentially, on a quick pivot, then address the room. It didn't go particularly well. I thought for a while there, Brad was being heard. There were people going, oh, okay, like as he started, Brian, as he started to explain the background and things, you could see people who were desperately wanting to understand things, get the information that they deserved and needed, and felt somewhat lighter potentially, but it sort of improved and then it deteriorated. There were sort of interjections that were less than helpful. I recall somebody yelling, they should all be shot. And at that point, I had one of the members of the community whose opinion I hold in fairly high esteem say to me, Susan, no good can come of this. I think you need to shut it down. Yep. I let it run for a few more minutes to see if we could get some kind of semblance of control and get the information to the people that need it and deserved it. And it seemed apparent at that point that it was not likely to be possible. So then I asked staff to shut it down. That's when Brad jumped into the fray and did that thing. And obviously, as a result of that, I was accused of being a coward and running and all sorts of things and so on and so forth. But it was not our finest hour. There's absolutely no way of avoiding that. I can fully understand people's the emotion. Certainly don't agree with the way it was expressed, but it's something I'm determined that we put right. And part of that putting right is understanding that collectively around this table, we all had a role to play in getting there. And it would be great if people would own those.
And so in terms of community engagement, you did make some decisions early, perhaps under advice that one of the lessons learned is actually off the back of a stronger and clearer project plan to have some earlier, not just one big bang, but engagement through the decision-making process to support your decision-making, and to have a range of methods about how you do that. And so that people don't feel like they have to compete to hear the things that they're most, or to say the things that are most important to them.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the learning of the lessons has been, to a degree, quite obvious, because in terms of Ahuaki and the community consultation methods that we used for Ahuaki were absolutely totally different. And the World Cafe,
I'm sure you've learned it, yeah.
World Cafe that we adopted. And I've just got to acknowledge the fact I wasn't at that public meeting on that, which I'm actually quite pleased I wasn't at.
I'm sure you were.
But it did, and I think the what happened at that meeting, there were a couple of other public meetings that occurred subsequent to that, where there was a kind of a recommendation that elected members shouldn't attend the subsequent meetings. I didn't think that that was a good instruction. I actually did attend one and kept myself at the back and kept myself very quiet. But I felt that as an elected member, we needed to attend, because we've still got to be aware of what's happening in the community. I think Philip's not here, but he attended one of those subsequent meetings as well. And we just didn't participate, but we were there. And in that subsequent meeting, I wasn't threatened at all, which was good, because it didn't happen again. But
and really we're saying prepared as means that, you know, people are ready, the venue becomes right, the process becomes right. That requires planning. But actually what you've seen in this conversation is that actually it has cost both for you individually, but actually also for members of the public, who some of whom might have felt safe in that environment, some of whom came with real and compelling questions and wouldn't have felt able to ask them. And for your staff, they would have, you're right, would have been brave and tried to do the right thing. And pivoting when you've got, you know, an angry crowd is not that easy in a venue that's small. And so some of it is that sense of earlier passing on intel so you can make decisions earlier about what you're going to do about the meeting or not, and having a range of methods. And so, yes, it comes back to your project planning. Yes, it comes back to the capability. And yes, it comes back to this thing you've talked about around the PSG and you as elected members. It's a whole of council endeavour. And there are moments when you need to be there to be accountable. But there are other moments when it's not, you're not the key people because you can't talk through the technical, whatever it is, but somebody you employ does. And so it's about getting that balance right. And the public meeting was sort of a break point, but off the back of things that have been leading up to it. That's my sense of your conversation today. Susan, you want to add something?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know how many times I've said it, but my great disappointment from that drop-in session, because that's what it should have been and was supposed to be, and turned into not being, was the fact that there were people who deserved answers that didn't get them. You know, and that was really disappointing, and it just prolonged that situation of unknown for those people, and that's not only regrettable, I think it's really it's heartbreaking if you think about it at a personal level. Just to Roger's point around ahuaki and that being really good practice in terms of comms, totally agree. We have to be mindful though, you've got to resource things, projects to that level. If we want to get gold-plated comms and engagement results, and not only set the right settings at the beginning, it has to be resourced as such as well, and that certainly was not the case in here.
No. I'm wondering if I could, I think you've done some of the action points. I'm going to summarise and check the critical action points so that we can lead into your meeting later today. On the construction of the PSG and its operation, the question marks are about its role, its terms of reference, and actually whether it was set up right and whether it linked in right to the Service Delivery Committee. Or whether that became another, block. And so there's a question which is a governance question, really, which is for a project this significant, was that the right thing? Did that place pressure on your leadership within council to cover this as well as whatever else is covered by the Service Delivery Committee? And that as part of that, it needs to be clear about where the decision-making sits with the whole of council and where it sits with advisory committees. And so where you've got critical, not even if you don't have disagreements, but when you've got critical decisions, they should be visible to the whole of council because it's a whole of council commitment. And while it's easy to minimise was the blue blob smaller or bigger? That's actually a significant decision, which is how clear are we about where it will be? There's substance that sits behind that. It's easy to minimise it by calling it the blue bob, but actually there's a real decision that sits behind it, and that's the thing that should sit with council. And that's critical action, which is for the big things, it needs to sit here. You might have the group doing its work, and in its construction, we need to be real about when not having everybody living close to the impact of a decision might add to the integrity of the decision itself. So that's about conflict of interest and composition of the committee. And so to just think about when there are times when having people who live on the other side of the district might just help with that decision making, really, because you live there, you have personal consequences. And to have some discipline about what you say in public. People will assume that when you say something in public, you're speaking on behalf of the whole of council sometimes. And on things of this nature, it does require that shared understanding, that agreement, and then actually some agreement about how you work from there, so that you don't get jammed, which is your point, to act out of character, really. To say, actually, I had to do this, even though it was against protocol, because it then has the flow-on impact that we've seen today, which is causes question marks over intention and purpose. Is that fair? In terms of elected members, we've touched that, but there is something about the governance arrangements and behaviours so that you're supported to make the right call at the right time. And advisory groups are good. They do the hard yards and, thank goodness for that. But actually at some point you need to have enough information early enough to be able to sort through from long list to short list and to think through not just the technical ramifications, but also the community ramifications. And that might be more than one meeting, but it's actually planning the governance as a whole. So you've got time to, I always think of it as the power of the overnight sleep, you hear it and you don't have to make a decision in the moment. You can think about it for the next time. So it's about whether that was ordered and planned for the governance of the whole council, because it has, well, it might land in one place, you're going to pay for it collectively, and it will distract from other, it's the whole council commitment. And when you've got senior council members not agreeing, actually that's when everybody has to pick the load up rather than making that smaller and more personal. That would be a critical lesson, I would have thought. Does that sound right? And certainly the sense of commitment, you can't tell other elected members, that should be so rare as to almost never occur, probably. But it does mean that if it does go to the full council, then the obligations of holding that together might be what you hold in terms of the disciplines about not making that visible. On the planning and support side, was clearly some missing capability, but also just some missing structure in your project planning. So you knew what you had to make decisions about when, as opposed to having decisions float like you'd already made them when actually you hadn't. And that sense of when you made them and being clear about that to the community is really valuable. And so the lessons learned is actually to have a project plan, to know when you're going to make your call, and for that to be visible and transparent to the community so they know what to expect when. Particularly projects like this, what was the time frame? Did you say for decades you've been talking about some version of a new bridge somewhere, and all you know is it's going to be definitely over the river. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I missed the gondola conversation. I thought I'd done my research. There you go. But my point is, they float like you've already made them, and actually you haven't made them about when and what. And so that's that consideration. And in terms of community engagement, if you've got clarity about your project, then you can be clear about when and how to communicate and engage with people, and the level at which you might want to do that, particularly for people whose lives are going to be most disrupted or potentially disrupted, distinguishing that from the broader interests of community or stakeholders. And it's, little communities that there will be conflicts of interest that you've never heard about because those are the details they bring with them. Yeah? Does that sound right? Is that useful for you?
Absolutely.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
My point.
Just on your point, and you sort of, you asked Philip actually about, hey, did he communicate, knowing that there was probably going to be a
Yeah.
lot more people. But look, what I'd say to that is two things. Is we knew there was more people coming, right? So that's factual, right? But what we didn't know is the extent of how many more were coming. From and that's an opinion. That's not factual. That's what I walked into. I knew because there had been discussion on the community board and other bits and bobs leading into there's going to be more people here. But yeah, that's the fact. The opinion is I personally was not ready for the hundreds that I walked into.
No. And I was just asking to see whether there was a lesson learned about being more responsive in the prep for the event. But it feels like actually, even if you thought it wasn't going to be 10, it was going to be 50, 300 or 200 or whatever the number was.
That's right. And we thought we had that under control.
Yeah.
We clearly didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a bit of prep there. Yeah.
You just pick this up when you're at the supermarket, when you're
Good.
at the cafe, when you're filling up your gas, when you're walking the streets. I mean, yeah. And, me personally, I'm always out running and walking and biking in the community and on the side of the community too. And you just get to know.
Yeah. Although I have to say I've spent my entire life with people saying everybody's going to that and then nobody shows. I've eaten lots of sausage rolls just to help the budget myself. But I was just trying to get that sense of really that's teamwork, is that if you've got a sniff that it's going to be bigger, just for people to, just to people to know, that's all.
Summarised it. I mean, given I'm still learning and figuring this out, I think you've summarised it really well. And I also think there's probably something a learning in there about media protocols too,
Yes.
about who's speaking with media about projects from the council, and that it needs to be really structured and endorsed, because that's really important too, isn't it, as a channel? So probably a really good learning in there as well.
I think the other point is the one that you made, which is it is more dangerous to be in the public arena. It just is. And I know you're all used to it, but I'm just saying.
We're in the public arena, but I have 100% confidence in my fellow elected members that they wouldn't put anything out there. And we all know them from our careers in the past or present or whatever. We know, I know personally from real estate, when lots of people have told me about their personal details and financial situations, that's mum. That's, they give you confidence. They have confidence in you not to do that. And the same with this as well, the community and what have you. I have total confidence in my fellow elected members, and I'm saying that.
Yeah, thank you.
That they wouldn't spill.
I was actually thinking about the behaviour of the public to you, that polite society protocols of disagreement aren't always what you will be experiencing, and that's true everywhere. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Steph said about the media and, being more structured around it, because I think the headline in the newspaper and about the Cambridge Connection project, where they just said, put it there, corridor for third bridge revealed. So that was the headline.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing about a plan for managing, growth and congestion. Yeah, and I presume that was the decision of the paper to choose that headline. So I don't know how we can actually control that.
So yeah, my comment clear was we can't control what the Fourth Estate choose to do, but we can have a constant and engaged media engagement process. So we're keeping them informed and we can have our messaging on point, but I also think it's about who speaks about the project, when they speak, through which channel, and those things also need to be agreed. So it's about the things that we've got control over, and control being trying to be effective for the project as well. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if only. Trump's probably pretty unhappy about some of the media at the moment and what they're saying, and you know, it will be what it will be, but it's about us having our house in order, I think. Yeah.
It's an important advance for a critical community in your district. It's a whole of council effort about how you work in that way. Are there any closing comments before I let you do your next thing?
No, well, the only closing comment I've got is I'm really pleased this is public included and they're hearing it. You know, they talk about, they use the word free and frank and all that sort of those terms.
Yeah.
This is the public are hearing what we're saying.
Yep. Good point.
And we've been, I think, been generally really honest too. So
That's my observation as well. Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? I think I'm going to hand it back to you, Susan.
Oh, very good. Just trying to open, sorry, my machine's gone to sleep. Yeah, look, it's certainly a chapter that I'm never wanting to repeat. I'm not going for a round two on that one. But look, thank you, Anne, for being so masterful at taking us on a journey to focus us on the discussions that we need to have. And so it's quite a talent, isn't it, to be a really good facilitator / mediator in a way. They're similar kind of skills. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a mediator, and we were talking about facilitation being sort of that in another name, but taking on a journey to tell us, not to tell a story, but to talk through something that unearths some of the signposts that, you know, emerged that meant you landed where you were. And it's really, it's healthy to self-reflect, I guess, and be honest about roles that we all took in getting there, both collectively and individually, because if you don't get honest about that sort of stuff, you can't learn from them, those mistakes, and you can't actually improve and continue on that journey of self and continuous improvement. So thank you for helping us through this part of the day. I'm just trying to open my machine again. We've got 45 minutes, I believe. Oh, fat fingers.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
So if we can just adjourn now for lunch, we shall return at 11:55 and we shall start the second session. But thank you everybody for listening online, and thank you for those who've attended in the gallery today. Thank you.
Some questions for you about
Right. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for enabling us to have a brief adjournment so that we could water and feed ourselves, so that we're ready for and prepared for the next session of the day. Obviously, still to do with Cambridge connections, but talking more about what goes on next and how we can structure a body of work that ticks the boxes that we need, that our community needs, and that we can all buy into. So without any further prolonged introduction, I'll hand over to you, Katie, to lead us in this. Obviously, we all have the slide deck in front of us, and I'm assuming we're starting from about page 6, I guess, or unless you wanted to start prior to that. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll actually present a few additional slides today as well, in response to a couple of the questions that have come up that I think would be useful for you. So yes, absolutely. The purpose of the workshop is, as it says, really to be able to get that guidance from you so that we can go away and develop a project implementation plan that will come to the Strategic Planning and Policy Committee on the 6th of August for you to and we'll seek approval for it at that time so that we can then actually get started. So things that I'd like to really cover off today, the significant component is obviously around the engagement approach and based on this morning's conversation. But before that, I'd really like to just do a little bit of the sort of reset to make sure that when we talk about the project, that we actually that we're on the same page, and we'll just get a bit of guardrails about what that is before we then get into that, bit about the engagement process. If we are running to time, then the other thing that I'd like to be able to do is round out about sort of what success looks like for you. And obviously there's been a lot of that that we'll pick up from the discussion that you had this morning. But there's a little bit of sort of specific feedback about that I'd quite like, again, so that we can take that away and make sure that when we put together, make sure that we've built that into the plan, but also that we have measures of success that we really do track whether we are meeting those. And that's both around the technical project as well as the engagement component, obviously. So because this is my first workshop, I now need to ask, thank you very much, and whether I can now just push the buttons. And the answer is yes, thank you very much. All right, so let me just flick through. Will I flick through if I click next? There we go. I see, okay. One moment, please. Okay, that's before. All right, so this is where I really want to start, which is an additional slide that's in your pack. And again, this is just quickly around some of that context setting. So I just wanted to acknowledge that Cambridge Connections doesn't happen in a vacuum. And I think you'll see on a couple of the later slides that were already pre-circulated that Cambridge Connections really needs to respond to the growth work that's already gone on and the transport work that's already gone on. And that's framed by the work that's been done by Ahuake. And it's important both that we really strongly connect the Cambridge Connections work back to responding to growth and responding to the aspirations of the community. And I think I'd like to just sort of call that out more deliberately as the way that we frame up the project this time. And that's true for the whole district, obviously not just for Cambridge, which is really what I wanted to highlight on the slide here when we're thinking about what's the geographic scope of the project. The geographic scope of the project is as it was back in 2022, where you've identified the town boundary through Ahuake. I'm sitting in 2050, but we need to recognise, and there was already that discussion this morning, that Cambridge sits within the district and within the wider sub-region as well. And even since work commenced in 2022, there's been quite a lot of progress with the progression of Southern Links as a road of national significance, with Cambridge to Pierere to progressing. So even in a transport sense, we need to make sure that as we go through and retest this work, that we're really taking into account some of the broader work that's going on.
Will you take
Of course I will.
input? I'm looking at that slide, the one that we had where we had the urban boundary, actually identified. And I think one of the things that came through on our PSG before was the importance of Cambridge as a rural service town and the importance of the rural community, because as Cambridge has grown, it has become a real service centre. So instead of that rural community actually maybe going to Hamilton for their services, you know, they're drawing on and moving in and out of Cambridge. So I'm wondering if, in terms of the primary area, and I acknowledge that we're part of a district and that has a relevance, but in terms of the focus area, I'm wondering whether we should include our rural SA2 areas like Karapiro and Kaipaki and Hautapu, and, you know, that also have a real relevance to the transportation network
Well, I think
as it
it's certainly
applies.
true that understanding what the role of Cambridge is within the district and sub-region is important.
Yeah.
And so I think that when we're thinking about the transport activity that we're likely that will come up with in the end, then I think that it's relevant that we keep that to the town boundary that responds to growth. But it recognises exactly the context that you've just been commenting on about the role of Cambridge as a service town, the connection between Cambridge and Te Awamutu, the connection to the airport, the connection to the expressway, those sorts of things which are beyond the geographic scopes, and then form follows function when you think about the transport. And so I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. These next sort of 3 slides are a little bit techy, but I thought that it was really important to give just a sense of what's similar and what's different to the way that this work commenced last time. And so probably the most important bits are then the speech bubbles that have tried to just let you know what's the same, what's different. But I'd really like to just dwell on this slide for a moment, because there are a few points here which are changes that are sort of deliberate changes. So firstly, why I've even put the slides earlier is to recognise that that the Cambridge Connection sits in this broader context and sort of connection to the surrounding districts. And delivering on growth is something that needs to just go hand in hand with that work. And so it works well that this upcoming financial year, there is a refresh of Waipā 2050, so that we can actually understand what the growth actually will look like for the next 30 years. And that Cambridge Connections will be able to tag along and make sure that it's actually responding to that growth.
Does the release from Minister Bishop yesterday in terms of the National Infrastructure Plan change our focus in terms of those identified inclusions? Because there was obviously a message that came through. A, we've got to increase our window of our development plan, but B, we must consider the replacements and the renewals of existing infrastructure, and that our purpose and so shouldn't be to the exclusion of the focus on those aspects of the National Infrastructure Plan. Yes,
that's absolutely true. So the draft National Infrastructure Plan that was released yesterday is part of that government's move to make sure that there is 30 years worth of planning and a 30-year infrastructure pipeline. And I think it really reinforces the value of doing Cambridge Connections and the growth work for that. You're right that the other point that the Infrastructure Commission's been commenting on for a long time is what percentage of your budget ends up going on renewals and maintenance, and you need to keep those lights on before you add more lights. And that's something that in local government and central government there has been chronic underinvestment, and it's been politically easier in some areas to get CapEx rather than OpEx funded. And so so that's ended up with so it's a problem. The way that we'll address that here is that through the NZTA business case process, there is what's called an intervention hierarchy, and you do need to make sure you first got your transport and land use connected, then you've made the most of your own, of what you've got, and finally you have more capital to spend. And that's a sort of general requirement that you would need to demonstrate through your business case work. And so we'll be able to do that. One of the things that it is a language change around here is that we'd be talking about Cambridge Connections as a transport plan and move away from, when we're communicating with the community, the NZTA business case language, which is not understood. And that was something that was actually commented on this morning about, well, what is a program business case and what do you get from a program business case? What does an emerging preferred option mean? And that kind of language, which has a technical meaning, is unhelpful when it lands cold on the community. So I think, you know, our assumption is that we have a transport plan that obviously meets the needs of NZTA and their business case approach, so that we can progress through to subsequent phases of the business case process. But we are using language that's easily understood by the community. You'll see a timeline, there's on the wall when we get up and do a bit of work on it, but the overall timeline here takes us from August through to December next year. The reason for that time frame is that by December next year, that is when we would need to be able to put forward what the short-term activities are into the next funding round. So that's the Regional Land Transport Plan, so really for NZTA funding, and then the LTP, obviously, for council. So that's the way that we've structured a program. So working backwards and forwards from that time, and trying to get that balance right of making sure that we have that certainty for the funding rounds and next steps, and give enough time for that council, for the community engagement over that time as well. And so very, very interested about whether you think we've got this right, because it really will dictate if that's a moderately hard stop, how we need to design the engagement process to give enough time for each of the phases as we go through and come to you as decision makers.
Certainly support that. Yeah, very much. And I think that December timeline that you've identified, and I'm assuming that you've had discussions in terms of comms as to whether you feel that there's adequate time within that. So I certainly support a deadline time for the achievement of the outcomes. Yep.
Yeah. And then picking up on the discussion this morning, the paper in August will bring you exactly what I have just put in a tiny table here about the pros and cons of when you make decisions about any additional bridge capacity. And that's got to be something that's a really deliberate decision, which is exactly, you know, flushes out the discussion from this morning. This is what we'll talk about when we get to the engagement part. So I'll just skip over this. This is an additional slide that I've put in that you will see plenty of times from now on, and so I don't need us to dissect it right here. What I wanted to do was be able to build out that sort of timeline and be able to explain to, and so that we can explain to the community what the steps are, even once you've got to the end of next year, what happens then, and how do you get from a decision from a corridor to actually having a specific bridge built, and the steps along the way, and how long does it take? And obviously all of those steps are dependent on funding happening along the way through. But I think that this will be something that's important for us to be able to understand ourselves and to be able to communicate really well, because regardless of what decisions you then make at the end of next year, it's a long time before a bridge is actually up and running. But you will have choices along the way. And I guess that's the point I wanted to make today, about the decisions, about what decision are you making when, and what decision are you not yet making, and will become clearer once you have access to further information to make the next step. And I think that that's the approach we want to take to the whole of the project plan, so that, you know, and again, reflecting on your conversation this morning, being very clear what decisions are being made when, to get you through that process. Did you want to add to that, Steph? I would love to.
Just clarifying, I'm just trying to find the right page and things. So December 26 is when we're actually we're hoping to be in a position to identify the corridor. Yeah, and then we've got to work out. Yeah, so that's what this is all about, how we're going to do that. Yeah, us and the community and what have you, and yourselves.
Yeah. So this here is was in your pack. Again, this is the sort of very wordy slides. Again, what I've tried to do is give you that sort of strike through and what's different. And it really, this sort of shows that, again, the technical deliverables of having something that can then be NZTA funded for subsequent business case phases and gives you a program of short-term, medium-term and long-term activities remains exactly what was intended last time. But obviously we have a different engagement approach that runs absolutely in parallel with that technical work.
Sorry, Katie, I'm probably jumping around here a little bit and maybe getting too far ahead of myself, but this, I mean, the priority for us in the community is a corridor, but we're looking at, as we know, we're looking at all other transport options and things like that. And one of the other real big priority that keeps coming up with the community is a local bus service. So we've got up there the calendar, you know, starting 27, you know, doing geotech reports and all that sort of stuff. What about the other priorities that, you know, that we want to look at?
Yeah,
This whole project. I mean,
yeah, thanks.
Bridge corridor is one, and then secondly, what are the other?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're absolutely right. Again, this is a program of work across, you know, so network and services, including public transport. And so certainly when we have the sort of short, medium term activities, they will cover all of those sort of modes. And we've already been speaking to, like I said, I'm sort of pointing over here to the transport staff when I kind of wave my arms around, talking, you know, on an ongoing basis to the regional council about the way that we make sure that we do some PT investigations as part of this work, and they're committed to doing some things this year to really be able to feed into the refresh, so that we can think about, well, what would the next steps be, and what do we actually need for public transport, and how does it fit, you know, in the whole. And the program will address the public transport and heavy vehicles and any bridge and walking and cycling and intersection improvements and safety improvements and resilience. So I mean the full suite of activities. Yeah. Yes, a couple of points that I just wanted to bring out here. I think it was you, Councillor Gordon, this morning who referenced the fact that when the work was done last time, it really was quite focused on the investment objectives of the GPS land transport of the time. And if I reflect on my time at NZTA, and what I saw up and down the country is that it's often the way the sector works. And it's not surprising, because that's how you unlock the next bit of funding, is that you've written your business case in a way that says, you know, I can tick all of your boxes. There's been a real recognition, partly with the sort of push to much more 30-year planning, and the same with things like Future Proof and their equivalents up and down the country, that way of working is really unhelpful when you're trying to do 30-year strategic transport planning, because actually it is completely inappropriate to have figured out whether it's year 27 or 28 that something's going to come on stream, and exactly how much something will cost in year 22 is just pie in the sky. You can, you know, so that understanding of and that when you are doing that sort of strategic transport planning, it goes without saying that 30 years is 10 political cycles, both for local government and for central government. And so a lot can change over that time, let alone the change in the community around you and technology change and demographic change, et cetera, et cetera. So I think one of the things that there is a bit of a shift and we need to take into the refresh of this project is making sure that we are identifying what the problems are and using language that is sort of slightly GPS neutral, you will end up with a program of that short, medium, and long-term activities. And it does mean that in order to access NZTA funding for some of them, for the local share, you will obviously then be dependent on moving that program along in a way that meets the political priorities of the day. But over 30 years, actually, you'll be able to progress all of it. And it does mean that there's been a signal, and I guess that's exactly what the infrastructure plan's trying to do, a signal, where are those big moves that are needed and where is the funding really required? So I think that that's something that you'll see that's a bit different, and why here some of that language change so that we actually deal with those issues in a slightly more generic language. That's probably the biggest thing. The other thing that we've tried to do is just be a little bit more neutral about the references to third bridges, second bridges, additional bridges. Yeah. Again, if we're not going to be making any assumptions and we're retesting all of that, we need to make sure, again, our language is neutral. And we know that that there's additional bridge capacity. I mean, it's all obvious that we need additional bridge capacity, but what form that takes, we don't yet have locked in. So again, just trying to use that that sort of language that way, and really trying to reiterate that that we are retesting those things along the way. I've included this slide here around the proposed governance structure on the basis of the discussion that you had this morning about the role of the project stakeholder group in particular, and how we might want to be doing this differently. This diagram is what you discussed at the November workshop last year. It's a complete copy and paste of that. And really the reason for raising it here today was to acknowledge that firstly, there will be community engagement through all phases of the project, and we've certainly made the assumption as we start sort of planning for the project that the governance structure that you talked about last November is exactly what we would have, and that the idea of having a project governance group, which would therefore have a different terms of reference than the project stakeholder group last time, and the way it reports to council is something that we would make sure was had real clarity for you to pick up on your lessons learned from this morning. At the moment, so membership of that governance group is something for you to decide as council. It's mayor's discretion for the governance group, and so that's something that, again, if that's approved in August, then we'll get set up and running, ready to go after that.
This whole community engagement thing is going to be, how do you do that with what's happened in the past? Huge interest out there. Who do you choose? How do you do it? I don't know how you do that, because it was just so prevalent out there in the community and affected so many people with the blue blob.
Yeah, well, and that's really why we want sort of getting onto the sort of next item, and this is the suggestion about using the IAP framework and sort of things like that, which is exactly designed to sort of cater for differing levels of interest and differing levels of involvement across a whole community. We need to be able to cater for all of those things the way through.
Philip, the IAP framework is an internationally recognised framework for complex participatory processes. So you heard before Anne saying she was the international president of that for a while, and people get trained in this. So Katie's trained in it, Amber's trained in it. So it gives you frameworks for doing this, and that's why we're going to share it with you, the IAP process, and that's what will guide us through this project. So all of the government agencies use these processes. They're best practice, and when applied really well, they work really well. So that's what the IAP thing is referring to.
One of the basic things I've learned from personal development or what have you is that people don't like change, but they certainly don't like change when they've not had the opportunity to understand why it's changing, or learn to know why it needs to change, and understand and have input into actually coming to the decision of that change. And So, and that's where it all gets out there in the media and people write letters to the editor because they don't understand because they've never been taught or learnt or had the opportunity to learn or understand or see a different viewpoint, whether it's their viewpoint, our viewpoint, whatever. It's not theirs or ours, but you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that there's that's what we've really taken from the commitment that you've already made as a council is to being really transparent all of the way through the process. And we've got some thinking about how we would do that and be able to keep people informed along the way. So we're going to sort of move into talking about engagement almost now, but I think this is a good time to pause just before we talk about engagement and just check in whether there's any red flags, whether there's any comments that you've got about the material that I've covered to date, which is more about sort of what are the parameters of the project, and if there's anything that doesn't sit well with you, because otherwise we'll keep working on that assumption and bring something to you in August.
Yeah, I mentioned to you in the break the fact that this IAP2 framework, and I really recommend that those that are listening perhaps go on the web and have a look at the association's website, because I'm really impressed with the process, but the fact that it's at all stages through that public participation is seen as one of the core values of this association, and very impressed with the 7 core values that are there. And so I really and I'm sure you've got that you can share with everybody so they feel comfortable with the process. But it is how we're going to apply those core values and principles into our application or the application of the program as we go through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's some of the exercise that we'll do with you shortly. So I've been really well supported so far with Lisa and Amber from a comms and engagement perspective. There is a commitment to have a dedicated comms and engagement resource as part of the project team, from the beginning, and that will be a new person. And so until that person's here, then I get a 2-for-1 deal, which is really, really fabulous at the moment. So again, that's part of that sort of commitment and recognising that the technical work and the comms and engagement are absolutely interrelated about the way that we do the work. Yeah.
That's great. How can the community use Antenna, or is there going to be a Facebook page set up type of thing? Is there something that the community can put information in or ideas in and things like that?
So yes, there definitely will. And if you can hold that thought, because those are really good examples. And so what we'd like to do is, I'm going to hand over to Amber in just a moment. Amber is going to, as the engagement expert, also talk through about why engagement matters in the IAP framework a little bit more, and I'll sort of interject around some of the Cambridge Connections kind of flavour to that. And we'd like to get you up doing a couple of exercises to actually get your input about what level of engagement would you expect to see at different phases of the project. Once we've got, and we'll be asking you for some, I know you're going to have to do some hard work this afternoon. That's right. Just as well you had, and to be able to provide some examples or some, sort of, so that you can sort of have a think about it. So you can have, like you say, would a Facebook page, would Antenna, would those sort of things be useful? But let's understand first what level of involvement and of engagement you would expect at different stages through the project, so that we can go away and then actually design the program that actually delivers, to that through that. And that will come, so again, at that August meeting, the project implementation plan will include the comms and engagement plan as part of what we present to you for approval.
Yeah, and I think that what you said is important. One of the things that we found, again, looking backwards, that in fact, when we came out with options, some of the technology in those options wasn't understood. So the terminology that was used I think one of them was corridor optimization. And to them, that was just 2 words. So they didn't fully understand what that may or may not include. So I think every specialist have got their own dictionary that they use. So I think making sure that we ensure that this understanding of the terminology is important.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And actually, the Cambridge Community Board made the same observation yesterday evening and suggested having a glossary of terms for exactly those sorts of things. And it speaks to your discussion this morning about what's a corridor and what's a location, and being really, really clear about what we're actually saying in each of those times. So making sure that there's a glossary of technical terms, but also that we are using widely understood language with the community as well. Yeah. All right, I'll hand over to Amber, who's got this slide, and then IAP sort of explanation, and then we'll get you up and do some work.
Cool, thank you, Katie. All right, so I won't kind of jump too far ahead as we go. And if you've got questions, if you've got thoughts, you've got post-it notes in front of you and pens, more than welcome to ask as we go, but do jot down the thoughts as well as they come to you. So IAP2 is a global framework that supports good engagement, right? That's it summed up. It helps us keep things purposeful, consistent, and ethical. And since the last round of this project kicked off, as you guys have discussed this morning, Lisa and I have become certified practitioners in the IAP2 framework. And what this framework does is it gives us shared language, which you've just been highlighting around the room here. And it is really important that we ensure that we're involving the people, our community, at the right times in the decision-making process. So sometimes the levels of engagement are simply informing, right? That's one level. And that is telling people what we're doing, when we're doing it, and why we're doing it. But the real strength with IAP2 is in becoming clear about the influence that people have on a project or on decision making, how much say they have and when. So that clarity really matters. At the heart of best practice engagement is trust, and that's what we need to build and grow on with this reset. Even when the final decision is tough on a project, people are more likely to support it if they've been heard and respected along the journey of a project. So to sum up, IAP2 helps us be transparent about influence and avoid overpromising. It aligns with global best practice and obviously is used in Australasia, which is where Lisa and I have trained up. And delivers engagement that is consistent, ethical, and meaningful. So before we get into the different levels of engagement, the IAP2 best practice guidelines essentially encourages us to pause and plan well, something we really can't take for granted. And the 5 key things that help clarify that process include context. So what's happening around the project? What's the public mood? What's the political climate? That kind of thinking. Scope. So what's genuinely up for input and what's not. Purpose. Why are we engaging and what will we do with that input? Leadership. Who's making the decisions? And people in influence. Who's affected or interested? How much say do they have and when? So these questions guide our engagement design, help us stay focused and realistic around what we're actually asking the community for. And this afternoon, we will explore the framework. So I'll walk through the different levels of engagement and talk about how we can bring people into the Cambridge Connections project, where Katie will jump in with some thoughts and examples around the work she's been doing to date. And as I mentioned, you'll see the sticky notes in front of you and the pens. So again, jot down thoughts and ideas as we go. If you've got any that crop up, again, ask away as well. And we will come through to a bit of an activity towards the end. Any thoughts or questions at this point?
Thank you. And I've been and read through your engagement plan, and I really applaud going out. But there's one question. We're not going to please all of the people all of the time. How do you handle when a decision affects a number of people and they're not happy? Which, to be honest, wherever the bridge is going to go, or the additional capacity is going to go, sorry, there's probably going to be somebody who's not happy. And again, if we're talking about widening corridors, which is in the short term, it might be that people aren't happy. How do we handle that?
I think this is exactly the sort of decision that you are making as decision makers all of the time. And so we need to, as staff, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're providing you with really good quality information so that you can make an informed decision. And you're right, we will not be able to please all of the people all the time. The other thing around the engagement approach is, as Amber said, is actually about that transparency along the way through so that the information has been available for people to be able to see, to be able to understand how different decisions have been made along the way, because it's not just one decision right at the end. There will be a series of decisions that you make as decision makers along the way, and for that transparency to be there in the community that we know is highly interested in this project means that we need to make sure that we really are very deliberate about what information is available. And we've got a range of sort of ideas about the way that we might be able to do that. But you are right that we and you will not be able to please all of the people all of the time.
Can I just endorse that? And I think, Roger, you're in leadership roles, as Katie has said, as councillors. And so ultimately many of the decisions reside with you. And coming back to the IOP framework, this is very much about, as Katie has said, transparency. It's about the promise we make to the community. And that's when you're careful about the promises we make. Yeah. So we promise to be very clear about our engagement framework. We promise to be very clear about timeframes and where people will get to have their say, but also very clear about what decisions they get to have impact on. Because I think you and I had an exchange in the chamber one day where I think the words were used that this is community owned. Well, it can't be community owned because actually we own it, particularly as the roading authority, as council. But that's not to say that we are going to make this closed shop and not talk to anybody. What we're saying is ultimately the decision resides with us as council, but we are going to have a very transparent, open process about to everything Katie has just said, how this rolls out, how people are going to be engaged, who's making the decisions when, and who can have input into those decisions. And as long as that process is clear and evident and we follow it and we stay true to it, that's the best we can do. But ultimately, yes, the decision will reside back here at full council at some stage to make some pretty hearty decisions. But I think as Katie has said, our job is to make sure when you get to those points, you feel like you've got the best possible public policy advice that you can have, and that you will then weigh that up against your best judgment and all of the information, experience you have to make those decisions. And what I've found in the past, even with the most complex of community projects, is if we're open about that and we're transparent about that and we remain committed to those principles, the community expects you as councillors to get on and make those decisions. And yes, not everyone will be happy, but it's like the Bob Marley song, isn't it?
Yep.
Just off the back of that then, and you're going to come to it. So I'm just trying to rationalise that, which is what I thought, to that last statement on the next slide, which in fact, it's on that slide on the bottom of there. So just for me, clarify where that sits.
So perhaps I can just jump in about that before we hand to Amber, because otherwise we'll start at the top of the list. And actually, what you want to do is you want to talk about that last line. So if I can just be clear, so what's the table on the screen is the IAP framework. So all of it is the framework, and it is up to you to decide which parts of the framework you apply at different phases of the project. It is absolutely true that actually I expect, and I'm recommending that this is a workshop, that we are crossing out empower at the bottom of the list, because we are not in a position to delegate those decisions to the community, and that again, that's something that again we're really clear about with the community. But we are, when you go through the other stages, we have the ability to step through each of the other 4 to the extent that you think that that's appropriate. And so particularly when you are at the sort of ideation phase, that's a place where you would expect that you would take the most collaborative approach, and that you would be able to get community views and technical views and people in a room together to be able to bounce ideas off and learn from each other about that, and that's a really valuable stage of collaboration. And then as you get closer and closer to making a final decision, then actually you're getting back into a more structured consultation process, for example, before the end. So there's different approaches that you'll take at each of the phases of the project, but I agree, empower is not a useful level of engagement for this project.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in a little bit with I'm not sure where it fits, but something that came through strongly is that a lot of our decisions, or parts of them, will be evidence-based, rather than what the community thinks we should do. And so when we are going out and making our promise as to how we're going to conduct the process, I just like it emphasised that evidence is going to be an important part of how we make that decision, or even present stuff to the community that we'll be gathering new evidence to support any of the options that we're doing or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, that's a point really well made. Thank you. And again, why we've sort of said that, the technical and the engagement is interwoven that way. I think the other thing that's worth sort of reminding ourselves about is also that if we're coming up with a 30-year program, we're not just fixing the problems of today for the people who are moving the way that they're currently moving, today. And so making sure that we really are maintaining that longer term lens, and that sort of the scenario work around that becomes really important, so that we are, again, not just responding to what people might think they want this week.
Just to go on a little bit on what Claire said there, I think one of the challenges that, and this is a community perception, or might be fact, but was the integrity of the data that we used on which we made decisions in that last iteration. And I just don't know how we can ensure the integrity of the data, because the WRTM, we've talked about that, there are challenges with and it is only a model. It's just a computer model that says that's the way things are going to go. And even with our population projections, we had a challenge with the last LTP, that even last year we went back and we got a recalculation of what our growth projections were. And I hope we're using that revised one, because that certainly says we're going to grow a heck of a lot bigger than what our previous projection was. So that integrity, and I suppose it's a question of, do we share, I'm assuming we share that data on which we make decisions, so that the public are informed as we go along that these are the basis on which this public participation is based.
Yeah, that's certainly our working assumption. That's exactly right. And if I jump to a solution, when we said about having some of that evidence available, is that, from my point of view, I think we do need to have a portal where a lot of that evidence is publicly accessible for people, so that they can, and some people will choose to dive into that a lot, other people won't want to even touch it. But again, this is sort of part of catering for a range of interests that we've got for those people who do want to actually understand it a little bit. I think the other thing to just comment on is that, again, this is, as decision makers, you make the best decision on the information that's available at the time. And so I think that this also speaks to making sure that we are always clear about when do you need to make a decision and what are you making a decision about, and when can you be making a further decision later in a few years' time, for example, on this sort of, we've had a short, a medium and long-term activities. But exact sequence and shape of some of those, particularly as long-term ones, you don't need to make every decision about those right here, right now. You need to know what the sort of general what the general pathway is. But as you get closer to the time, then you've obviously got more specific information. You'll have done more planning, and then you make the next level of granularity around your decisions. And so, again, that's the way we need to make sure that we develop the program so that you can do that, so you're not locking yourself in, and it is responsive to the scale of growth and the location of growth, to use one example. Mm.
Can you or me?
You go, Claire, then Murray.
Okay, yeah, so I was just going to say about the evidence, like I was actually I was probably thinking more of the Bluetooth data. And I just think that it's not just collecting the data, it's explaining how it was collected and why, and if there are limitations to actually put that on the table as well. And then you've talked about the future and what evidence we might like to collect in the future, or even start collecting now, because it's going to take time to be able to have a reasonable data set at maybe 5 years' time when we've got another year. But I just find that the public are really interested in that. And I think we've got to be able to give that extra detail around, what evidence base we are going to be using and why, and how it's been, I suppose, collected, or like I was quite surprised, but I think it's a really important part of the whole.
No, I think those are useful points, and so we'll definitely do that. Yeah.
Funnily enough, I was going to refer to exactly the same thing, and I reflect back on the discussions that we had a couple of weeks ago, and your comment about new technology and the fact that the technology is out there that we can, and I just, perhaps this is at Steph, if you can, do we have the resource to engage that, or to purchase, or whatever we're going to do with new technology to underpin this program?
I was hoping you'd ask me that question, Roger. I
Because
was
you're going
really
to throw that
hoping you
back onto
would.
us.
Oh, yeah, I think that this is a great opportunity, and Katie and I have not only talked about this, but progressed some discussions with some people about how we might better use new technology in this project, and it's really exciting. So it's something, it's a whole bunch of stuff, Philip. Yep. So and as you know, we've only got the budgets for the first couple of years of this project secured. We're going to do an LTP again next year, but by an LTP amendment, an annual plan. But by then, Katie will have had more time with the team to scope what the project needs in those respects as well. But I think it's a great opportunity to use new technology in this space.
Can I just make a comment about the last program? There was reaction about that Bluetooth technology and the impact of COVID and all that kind of jazz. But our working team went back and said that the decision on the network was made not on that Bluetooth data. But I've got to say that when that Bluetooth data was put in front of us, that influenced my decision, whether or not they used it. So we've got to make sure. Did you feel the same?
No, I'm not necessarily saying I did or I didn't, but it's just that it just clarifies or emphasises how important it is to have the commentary around the data and how it should be used, or what part it plays in building the picture.
Exactly. Yeah, we've got to know that that is being used and why it's being used and how it's being used. Yeah.
Right. If I can sum up those many words with a couple of things, and that is the evidence. I think before acceptance, we're going to interrogate, and I use that word very deliberately. And when I say we, it is the community and us as EMs and whoever else. So yeah, I think gone are the days of acceptance, straight to. We're going to interrogate this to make sure that we're actually all happy with it, community's happy with it, we're happy with it, then that'll help us make the best decisions. Yeah, so I guess I'm just forewarning of my thinking if
Yeah,
I'm still around here.
yeah.
We just need to make sure that what's delivered is correct, and we need to ask good questions around it.
So I might just jump in there, and Katie's got her eyebrows up, so she'll tell me if I'm out of bounds. But this is a great example of where we step into that situation, Mike, where we need to be very careful that we're promising the community that they're going to get to interrogate all the data. We have, I appreciate what's happened in the past, and that for the reasons Claire's just described, that there was questions around that. This time we need to set the project up in a way where we can have confidence, real confidence in that. But I want to be very careful about promising the community that we're going to hand over all the data, all the traffic modelling, all of that to the community, and then expect people, to be able to understand that with all the formulas and all the modelling and all of the IT that's required and behind that to process all of that. So that you need to be very confident that you have the governance tools to test and interrogate the modelling, not necessarily the data per se, but the modelling. You might want to get some QA on the data, but I just want to be very careful that we're not over-promising, because the other thing there, Mike, that you'll walk into is, have we got the resources to then respond to every single question from all the community about all the data and all the modelling? Because that's a promise I know right now we would find very hard to keep.
Yeah.
So let's just be careful that we're saying that you will have very strong governance oversight of all of those aspects of the project. And of course, we know that there will be community members and groups, and the reference group we will set up that will want to understand how that data is derived, who has derived the data, how it is modelled, and where it lands. But I do urge caution at this point.
Yep. All right. So thanks for that. So I'm not talking the detail. I'm talking about whatever is presented to us, whatever is presented to the community, at whatever level, it is going to be interrogated.
Yeah.
So it's not about every detail. It's about what is presented is going to be seriously looked at, and the community are going to do it, and we're going to get the feedback either informally or formally. So yeah, it's not about giving them everything or giving necessarily us every detail of it. It's up to the right questions to be asked with the stuff that's been given to any of us.
Yeah. Yep. Lovely. Let's head back to Amber to just run us through particularly the top 4 around sort of elements of here, so that we can then go and apply that to the timeline that we've got for this project.
All right, so this slide's been up here for a while now, but I'm glad we're still going around the table with ideas and thoughts as we go. So look, as you can see, levels down my left-hand side, some of you might be the right-hand side, public participation goal, promise to the public, which we've heard talked about quite a bit thus far. On the far side, we've got what this looks like, and it's a hypothetical situation here, but an example of how that's kind of applied or perceived. And down the far right outside of the table, we've kind of got some language and phrasing that we tend to use around council. So just common phrasing there just to link it all back. So what I will do now is I will go through those 4 lines as discussed, and we've got some very hypothetical examples to apply it to give it that real example, true life meaning. So the hypothetical scenario that we're going to play with here would be around a short-term project in that transport space. And let's say we are reducing congestion in a town, and some of the projects in that short-term period could look like intersection upgrades, some traffic lights, and frequent or an increase for bus service frequency, right? So hypothetical speaking, but somewhat relevant to the project we're talking about today. So in form, this is communicating what's happening, when it's happening, and why. This level of engagement tends to flow through an entire lifeline of a project, and it's essentially that level of communication. So we will be keeping people updated, telling them what's planned, why and when. So we'd share messaging about the new traffic lights and bus service with timelines and reasons behind those decisions. Any questions on that level? Cool.
All right, so then we jump across to consult. So we listen to aspirations and inform the community how their feedback influenced our council's decisions. So essentially, we would be asking for their feedback, but we would still hold that decision-making process. This might look like we are putting a few proposed bus schedules out to the public to seek their feedback on, what they prefer and why, and we could be consulting on the new design of an intersection layout. Any questions on that one? Cool.
No, just clarification. You'll be providing the public with the alternatives of the design?
That can come into this level of engagement, but that would be more around the involved side. So when we get down to that next step, but that is an option if that were the case. Yeah.
Okay. I just remembering the discussion that was there in terms of the Tiawa roundabout. There was a discussion whether it be lights or whether it be a roundabout. You recall that? And that created quite a bit of debate.
Yeah, and I think this comes back to the point before about being really clear about what are you engaged, what's the purpose of engaging, and what who gets to make those decisions, but also are they technical decisions that the community is well placed to make or not, or are there actually guidelines about whether an intersection would be a roundabout and traffic lights, for example. So what is it that you're actually seeking feedback about needs to be very, very clearly defined.
I just wanted to say, I really love the way you say how the public input influenced the decision. Like you can say, well, we were driven by those technical requirements, but we did hear, this or that from the public. And so we've been able to do this as sort of supplement. I think it makes a really big difference because we do hear, oh, there's no point, saying anything. You guys, you don't listen and that. But it doesn't take much to just, cover that off in some way to say, Leah, we heard this and we heard that, and we couldn't do everything, but we think this will, help in some way.
Right, so down to involve. So this is around the options side of things. So we involve the community in developing the options we consult on. So we work more directly with the community to understand their needs and reflect those needs in the options developed, or the alternatives, if that would be the case. We might host drop-in sessions and targeted conversations, let's say with school, communities, commuters in that particular area, or businesses in that area, to hear where changes are most needed, and use that insight to prioritise a rollout of works or to prioritise what decisions happen when. Good, cool, awesome. And collaborate. So this is where it gets fun. We co-develop priorities with the community. So the community helps shape the solutions themselves. That could mean a working group of residents, a brains trust perhaps, and transport users co-developing criteria with transport experts for where upgrades go first. Any questions on that example there?
So an example of how that, and I go back to that World Cafe, that would could possibly be one of the ways in which we develop that involvement.
Yes, it absolutely could be one of the ways. And I think, again, we'll find that there's a range of ways that we do that. The World Cafe was, I don't know why I didn't let Lisa and Amber answer this question, but because the World Cafe there is set up, is deliberately designed to make sure that you've got a representation across your community, and therefore has a representative sample essentially, and so that's what it's good at doing, and so that may well be important, particularly from across the district, for example, whereas some other bits of engagement are going to be quite focused on those people who live in Cambridge or may be more directly impacted, and so that's certainly an option, for something like that, and that certainly fits into that collaborative space where, as you say, you've got technical experts and community representatives being able to work together in that way.
Correct. And the World Cafe was a very, very good example of the demographic spread across a district. But as Katie has correctly alluded to, sometimes there will be particular areas of the community that we'll want to target in that decision-making process. And that will all be identified through the stakeholder analysis.
But I mean, I just picked that one, but there are other methods of participatory democracy.
Absolutely, and we'd need to have more than one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've written a few things down. World Cafe too is one, but perhaps it could be an idea. I mean, we'll probably hear some feedback from the community over the next few days and weeks, you know, about this being open to the community. But whether one or two workshops or a couple of the workshops can also be in the same sort of theme, that it's open, they can come to the gallery, see it online and learn more about it. But one of the ones another idea I had was an online survey or questionnaire, you know, with all the information available online, and people can tick boxes and, you know, do all that sort of side of things to get that feedback, because, you know, the community, everyone provides feedback, able to or educated to provide feedback in many ways. Older members of the community, paper, in person, but there's other members of the community that online, what have you. So it's catering for everybody. And then there's lots of other ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can hold on to those examples, because we're going to put them up on the board, so that's exactly the sorts of examples that'll be really useful to hear from you. And I think you're absolutely right about making sure that there's a range of methods, regardless of the stage here, there's a range of methods that we're able to actually engage with people. And similarly, not just those sort of modes, but also we need to cater for the fact that we have some people who may want may want to say something once and then get on with their lives, and then we've got other people who are heavily invested and are willing and asking to give plenty of time and expertise to be able to support this work, and we need to be able to cater for that range of people as well as some sort of different formats. Do you want to add to that?
I just wanted to clarify the language that we're using. So when we engage with the community, that's when we've got the plasticine, right? That's where we can actually mould things with the community to deliver upon. Participatory democracy is when the council actually devolves its decision-making power. So we just need to be careful about those terms, just to make sure that we're, you know, when we're engaging in its truest form.
Is more of the emphasis.
Participatory engagement.
That's right. Mike?
Yeah, Katie, and I don't know if we can answer this. I don't even know it's a good question, but maybe back to that timeline that went through to 2040 plus. So obviously a lot of us, because it's a transport plan, is going to be LTP, but eventually there's going to be this big thing of a potential another crossing somewhere, which is big ticket item. So the payment from council, where would that, or who pays for it? Where would that come into that sort of that next 25 years type thing? And if you can't answer it, that's absolutely fine. But at some point, it's going to come up of actually the council, but who, whatever the figure is, who's going to pay for it?
I would give you a really glib response if I kind of answered this, because you're right that is going to be a large capital investment, just as we've got some other sort of potentially coming up for other types as well, and it needs to be something beyond transport about the way we think about funding and financing more generally across local government, because this is, you know, all councils are finding themselves unable to make large capital investments in new kit for exactly this reason. So I think it's it's a parallel work stream that we need to have running around funding and finance. So
Nice.
yeah, I think given that we've already got a few sticky notes here, sorry, I beg your pardon, you've got a comment over here, and then I'm really keen that we actually then sort of get into it and start to make it real for you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that everybody's got to realise that this is for the whole district, not just Cambridge. because Te Awamutu and our surrounding areas are going to have a plan too for the next 30 years. And the engagement that Amber put up, I'm very keen on. I think this is great. And we do need to have these sort of communication levels, particularly when we have things like Waikeria Prison, who's putting a lot of residents and, you know, people working out there. That's all going to impact on us as well. And the infrastructure that we build interrelates with the infrastructure that's in Cambridge. It all ties together. So we as TMs have to coordinate and cooperate with that. So I think that that's the first critical thing I want to say to everyone is we've got to work with it. With a bridge, I've had a little bit of experience when I was in the services. You can't just plonk a bridge anywhere. You've got to have geotech. You've got to actually go out and check the foundations and everything that's going to be built on. And then when you look at funding, we've got to have a case to go to what it was Waka Kotahi, now is Transit New Zealand, and get some funding. And all of that needs to happen well in advance before we even tip one sod over. And the problem is with this is that banks of rivers and things like that can often be very, very, very difficult things to actually have located, to have the correct geotechnological physicality that you can utilise. It's just not something you can just go and plonk a Bailey Bridge across. It doesn't work. We've got to, and you've got to also link in all of your roading systems and all of the other creations. So all of this has to be tied together. And I can see Brian nodding at me down there. And I agree with you, Brian, but that's what actually has to happen. So all of this has to be developed, created, and put together.
Yeah, nicely put, and why the slide, one of the slides that showed you earlier, it does sort of show the steps that take us go all the way out, and so that needs to be part of. So we understand, well, in the next year, 3-year funding cycle, what's the next step that you take? What's the next step, and then the next step, and then the next step? But at least you understand where you're trying to get to at the end of that. Yeah, yeah. All right. Hand over to Amber, who's going to explain the first. We've got 2 exercises that build on each other. So over to Amber to explain the first one.
Thank you. So we've got the draft timeline up behind us here on the wall. So we'll get you up and moving. What we will do is you've got the post-it notes and the pens in front of you. So what I'm asking you to do is take a look at those levels of engagement up on the screen. So inform down to collaborate. Get yourselves familiar with the definitions as well. And for each stage of the timeline behind us, I want you to go through and think about what level of engagement could we, should we, would you apply to that stage in the project. So what level? And I'd like some rationale on your choice as well if we can. So it could just be a couple of notes on the post-its, and depending on time, we might do a bit of a round room chat as well. So head up to the timeline here, have a look at the stages, and then get thinking about the level of engagement for each stage and why. Please.
You have 5 minutes. Now you'll be able to hear me. All right. For those of you online, elected members have been putting sticky notes up on a timeline that takes us from now to December next year through the major phases of the project. Of the reset, confirming our problems and objectives, developing our transport ideas, developing options, and then narrowing down to a draft recommended program, which we would then go through a consultation process to finalise the plan and then implement. We've got my ask of councillors is to keep going at this end as well. So we've got some ideas at the beginning around what we're informing the community about and how we are involving the community, both around what the problems and objectives are and what some of the quick wins might be that we want to see that would make a difference for our community. When we move through to developing these transport ideas, we've got a mixture of informing and collaborating as ideas about ways to do that, and the same about as we develop options. Well, then we then need to tease out as we get closer to how decisions are made about developing options, because at the moment we have a range of views from elected members about how much we're informing and how much we're consulting and how much we're collaborating. And so that's something that we will need to keep fleshing out with elected members so that we are really clear about the expectations. We then move to a consultation period as we get to a final program.
Okay, so the slide we've now got up here is where we talk about people. We bring people into the planning for engagement. So this is again a hypothetical example of a park space development. And in the stakeholder analysis matrix, we, on the left-hand side, as you'll see there, we start looking at who we would engage with, right? And that can be anything from groups to businesses to organisations. It's every stakeholder that should be involved in this project gets recorded down on that side there. And then across the top, we move through identifying who they are, what they're interested in, how they should be involved. We start asking questions to build a profile of them. So we go through topics of interest, level of interest, impacts, potential impacts and consequences, level of influence, and that's when we start using those engagement level terms again, because although we go through a timeline of a project and we apply different levels of engagement to different points in a project, we also need to apply that rationale to the stakeholder, because not every stakeholder is going to want to be involved to the same level. As Katie mentioned before, there might be some that just want to give their advice once and their feedback and their thoughts, and that's that. And there's others that want to be a part of the project at different points along the way. Then we jump across to engagement needs or expectations, and this can include barriers to engagement. It might be, let's just say, for a rural community, they might not come to town very often, so therefore they're not going to pop along to a drop-in session. They might be better off online. Or it could be someone who might not be as confident using online tools but would prefer the in-person session. So what are those barriers to that stakeholder to engage with us? And then the benefits of engagement, and this is a really fun exercise to understand what their level of interest and input and the value that they put on the project is. You know, it's really good learning for us as engagement practitioners to hone in on that question. And it's also good for us to identify the quality of the relationship. And that can vary depending on group as well. So this is a hypothetical example. I'll give you a moment just to read through that. And then if there's any questions, we can answer those. And then we will look into an activity on this.
I've got a question in that I know that there was a newsletter set up as part of the original Cambridge Connection. I was interested to know how, whether you thought that was successful, you know, if it met the need of a certain group of people, or it didn't. So whether or not we should be thinking about that as a possible tool, you know, in this reset. Like, you've got any feedback, Lisa, on how that newsletter is?
So it's fair to say that we've built a very robust database now with those people who are particularly interested in Cambridge connections, and that's what we've been using since Katie's come on board to communicate the different steps that she's been taking. We've also, of course, got the social pinpoint page set up with all of the project information on it, where people can actually subscribe to the newsletter too, and we're still getting regular subscribers. So yes, it's a very useful tool, but just again, one tool in the toolkit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, you could have something like, you know, the radar that we've got that comes out every fortnight. It's updated, so progress, so that the community can log it, subscribe to that, and then get regular updates. So radar or councillor updates, so community update or something like that on the bridge, the title or whatever, so that they can subscribe and then regularly get updates if they don't want to be participating too much and just want to know where things are, and they've got somewhere they can go to or something like that. And whether it's tied in with a tenant or I don't know.
So that's exactly what we do have, Philip, on that page. So it's linked off our main website, but it is very much like on the radar.
Yeah, but there's so many comments out there, we don't know what's going on. So there must be a lot of members of the community that aren't getting that. So we've got to find a way of getting that available, and people knowing it's available through the newspaper or something.
Yeah.
If I remember, sorry, were you?
I think I was first, actually. Yeah. So I was going to make a comment about the resourcing that's needed, you know, to keep the community informed in that. So I was hoping that we'd make, you know, some calls on that, because that newsletter setup sounds like a really efficient way of getting the word out if people know it's available. But I was also going to suggest that we make good use of the community board that does meet monthly, and that's a great way of showing engagement at the community level, and maybe say, well, we're actually going to use the community board as one of our main vehicles to update the community. Just a suggestion, but you know, it's a forum that's already operating, so you know, and staff are already going along to it, I presume, in support. So yeah.
Just to add to catering for all needs, is that notice board right on the corner there where BNZ is. There's a notice board, and you know, every couple of weeks you print it out and put it in the window, so elderly people who can't access online stuff can, as they're walking past to the BNZ from the bakery or whatever, then they can stop and read that, and through the newspaper let them know that that's where it's going to be as another option to get it out there. And we can use all these methods for other projects, not just Cambridge Connections in the future.
All right, are there any other comments on, because it'd be quite good to move on to the next thing.
I just want to make
One more?
one more, if I may.
Okay.
And that is the recognition throughout there that community is a stakeholder. And going back to our last project, and I can recall seeing a group of stakeholders, and community was not included, which it was quite, you know, because I think we didn't look at the community as a stakeholder
Yeah,
For
I
some
think-
reason, I don't
Yeah,
know.
look, I think that absolutely reflects the discussion that you had this morning around the lessons learned. And so I think that it is different language that we will be using this time. I mean, this is very much, this is a council-led project where we have that community engagement, and there are particular organisations who have an interest as well. But we need to cater for those interested organisations who we often call stakeholders. We need to cater for mana whenua and iwi, and the rest of the community as well. But it's absolutely got to be that community focus.
Yeah, last one, sorry. And just being really quick, I mean, the roundabout at APL, it's right or wrong, is involving heavy haulage companies with designing that. I mean, there was so many comments afterwards, we can't get our trucks around there now. It's that type of thing too. So.
Lisa's allowed to have the last word.
So I just wanted to assure you that we recognised very early on in my tenure here that we needed to put more focus on engagement, hence the fact that I realigned my team, and Amber is now an engagement team lead who is the organisational specialist in engagement. So it was kind of treated as an adjunct to communication. Now we've got this dedicated focus. So this is probably the first project that we'll be kicking off that really in-depth IAP2 framework on. And I know that you've referenced Ahuaki and the success of that, and that was purely because it had a dedicated resource and a budget to allow us to achieve what we wanted to achieve. So with the dedicated resource that we're looking to bring on board to absolutely focus on this project, we will see quite a shift in what the community sees.
Fantastic. And hopefully be able to take that beyond the learnings, beyond Cambridge Connections as well, to Councillor Brown's point. So this is actually a way of working for us increasingly for the council. Exercise 2, let's do it.
Right, activity time. So as individuals again, I want you to pick one stage of the project, just one, so focus on one, and I believe they're the points across the top. So pick one of those and identify 2 or 3 stakeholders. So again, that language used, stakeholders can be anyone from a sports club to mana whenua to representatives from a business organisation, anyone, right? So yep, don't pick those 3. Those 3 are off the cards. So pick 2 or 3 stakeholders, and I kind of want you to go through and identify what level of engagement, and we'll put it back to that slide with the levels of engagement that they would have, that you would write down for level of influence. And I would also like you to jot down what their interests could be with this particular project, and what expertise or advice or knowledge that they might bring to the table for the project's engagement. So who they are, the level of engagement, and that group's influence, interest, or what they'll bring to the table. So jump up, pick a stage, and we'll give you about 12 minutes, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, because I'd still like to round off
There we go.
around measures of success when we've done this. Thanks. For those of you online, I'll just briefly summarise what's going up on the timeline again. And that is a really wide range of parts of our community for neighbours and residents, for our business community, for our freight community, for our wider Waipa residents, for schools and for senior community, for our civil companies and contractors, so and a number of people in between. So a really wide range and some really good examples of the expertise and interest that those groups will have in the project, and therefore how we might want to be able to engage with each of those groups.
You're sitting in the best.
All right, I've got one more task I would really like you to do before we wrap up for today. So the work that what you've done up on the timeline is really useful for us to be able to gather that up and be able to develop an engagement plan that reflects that sort of guidance that you've given us today. And the last bit of guidance that I'd like is I've been taking notes obviously from today, and we'll have the minutes from the meeting as well, but this is your opportunity to think about what success looks like for you for the project as a whole, not just relating to the engagement component that we've just been focused on, but your measures of success. So in a high-tech approach, what I've done is put up on the wall here the 4 of the themes that I was hearing from this morning. And I may not have got the language exactly right, but this is exactly just sort of to be able to gather sort of ideas from you about what success looks like. We'll be using this both in the way we develop the program, but also so that we do actually have some measures that we benchmark ourselves now and actually track along the way through to see if we're actually delivering what's important for council. So the 4 areas that I've identified are around stronger community trust, which is related to this transparency that we talked about this morning, and the desire to really rebuild that community trust. The improved communication and engagement, it's obviously a given, that's why we've taken this focus this afternoon. And then down the bottom, 2 about the sort of more technical work. So 1 is about the demonstrable progress around a project so that we deliver on time, on a budget, that we do actually get to whatever decision points you want to at the right time. And then the last one, I generically called effective infrastructure planning. And that is perhaps then about the reliance on the data, the evidence-based decision-making, the fact that decisions and the decision-making process is really clear all the way through. You know, those sorts of examples that we've already heard from you this morning. But this is your opportunity again. Please don't worry about sort of wordsmithing, because we'll take that away and think about how can we write these up as proper measures, where they are measures, and how do we just make sure we've taken them all into account in the way we develop the program. But I'd really ask that you do that as the last exercise for today, and then we'll close out just briefly about next steps and go on for the afternoon. So again, if you're happy to do that, use your sticky notes. Again, it's the sort of the easiest way for you to be able to write down. Feel free to comment on all or any of those. And actually, if I haven't captured a theme properly, just write another one. This is your workshop, and we need to make sure we capture what's important to you. We'll just have literally probably 3 minutes. It's, you know what's top of mind for you, and that's really what we need to capture here. Thanks. finished something last night, that's not easy to be
Is it shiny?
No, no,
Yeah.
all right. It's shaggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'd just like to, I'd like to round out and just thank you for your time today. Thank you for looking back this morning in order to look forward this afternoon. I really appreciate the way that you worked with Anne this morning and we were able to work through that process and your commitment to the engagement process that we've really looked at this afternoon. As I said at the beginning, we'll be taking all of this away. We will be bringing the program and including the comms and engagement plan to you for and seeking approval at that meeting at the beginning of August. Just for those online, just perhaps picking up on your point, Liz, that the way the timeline is set up, we're really cognizant of the fact that there'll be local body elections in a few months' time. And so we will be reconfirming that overall plan of attack with the incoming council to make sure that we are good to go. But it means that we then have a good ability to be able to start to get on. If at the moment, I remain really open for any members of the community who are interested in meeting me. And so again, if you know of people who are interested, then that's obviously just an open door policy about those sorts of things too, so that anyone who's got ideas, particularly about the sort of proposed engagement approach, which is the major thing that's sort of different, that we really are reflecting that in the way we build that. So I'll just thank you again for your time today. And perhaps hand back to you.
Yeah, look, thanks, Katie, for those comments and appreciate your commitment to the community because the comments that I've had back from many people that you've met already is they have a real confidence actually that this project is now going to be different. They've seen the changes that council have made already and yeah, just thank you for taking the time already to, to meet with people individually. I think that means a lot to a lot of people. And yeah, around the table, fellow councillors, yeah, this was always going to be a tough day. And I think actually I'm feeling pretty good about it, to be honest. Hopefully you all are as well. And for those that are listening online, you can see the changes that are in front of us and the work program and the commitment actually that council has made around communicating, engaging, and the timeframes as well. All right, so yeah. Other than that, I think we'll call it a day and we'll...
Sorry, perhaps I can just...
Yeah, totally was what you said as well. Really, it's been great. Thanks, guys. What about the numbers? We're going to get an update on the... Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So I'll send them around so that I can collate all the information in one place, which I haven't had an opportunity to do during the day, but absolutely they've all been noted and most of them have been responded to. Yep. If I can close out with a karakia.
Yes, thank you.
As I opened. And then mai karakia whānau. Aio ki te aiarangi, aio ki te whenua, aio ki te awa katoa, aio ki a hau, aio ki a tātou. Haumi e, hui e, tae ki e.